Make this the best Halloween ever by pre-ordering my 2 brand new books coming out soon. The first is Phantom Phenomena, a hand-picked collection of the all-time scariest stories I've ever received, accompanied by atmospheric illustrations and field notes. Then there's Appalachian Folklore, an extraordinary catalog of the chilling history, creepy folklore, and rich culture of the Appalachians. These release October 15th and 8th, respectively. Pre-order now on Amazon and Barnes & Noble. But hurry, because the first 100 pre-orders to verify via the link in the description or at eeriecast.com/verify will receive an exclusive hoodie and hardcover copy of Lore, a folklore horror novel. It is said to mimic those you know to lure you away. It has been described as a pale humanoid and even a furred creature with the head of an elk or deer skull. One thing is certain. It is ravenous for human flesh. That creature is known as the Wendigo. Today's episode of Alone in the Woods features over 4 hours of allegedly true eyewitness accounts of possible Wendigos, which I've read in the past. These encounters come from this podcast or one of my other shows, Unexplained Encounters and Tales from the Break Room. Enjoy, and if you like what you hear, please leave an honest rating and review on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. Or enjoy the show and more on my YouTube channel, Darkness Prevails. If you have a scary story that happened in the great outdoors, I want to hear it. Send it to me at eeriecast.com/outdoor. Thank you. Now, throw a log on the fire, because the night is still young. Wendigo Encounter. From Anonymous. A few years back, I had an encounter that I could never forget. It was supposed to be a fun trip, but it turned into something darker. In late June, I decided to take a camping trip with my friend named Ava. She and I traveled about 3 hours from our hometown to a clearing in the midst of a thick forest. When we arrived, we immediately started to set up the tent and unpack our belongings. By the time we were done, it was already 6 p.m., and the sun was starting to set. Ava and I ended up setting up a fire and some chairs and started to cook ourselves dinner. We roasted hot dogs over the fire and after that, marshmallows, of course. We talked for a few hours, then decided we were both really tired, so we called it a night. Sometime in the middle of the night, I was awakened by a loud noise. It sounded like pots and pans clanging together and falling to the ground. Apparently, this didn't wake up Ava, which didn't surprise me. She always slept like a rock. At first, I assumed it was just a deer or some other animal exploring our campsite. I made my way to the door of the tent to unzip it, and I checked what had made all the racket. But I was stopped by an unearthly sound. The only way I can describe it is a car slamming on its brakes so hard that there's a screech. I jumped back from the tent opening, startled out of my mind. I was completely terrified, because I had absolutely no idea what this thing outside of my tent was or what it wanted. But I had to find out what it could have been. Once again, I stepped towards the tent's door, and I began to unzip it. I tried to make as little noise as possible as I opened up that door. As I looked out, I saw nothing at first, until I looked over to the chairs. I saw something there that shook me to my very core. There was a figure there, a creature standing on 2 legs with incredibly long and thin limbs. It was covered in what looked to be a solid black coat of fur. Its head reminded me of a deer at first, but there was something off about it, something that I couldn't pinpoint. Then, the creature let out another scream, much louder this time, forcing me back. I covered one ear with my hand, using the other to zip the tent back up. I crawled back next to Ava, who I saw was now awake, confused, and as terrified as I was. When the wail died down, before Ava could ask what was going on, that creature wailed again. We listened to it wail and walk around, before finally we could no longer hear it. By then, it was nearly dawn. When we felt we were safe, We packed up everything as quickly as possible, and we left, not looking back. Neither me nor Ava have been camping since, and I'm not planning on going back anytime soon. Unexplained sounds at an abandoned campground. On a muggy late summer afternoon in Georgia, my husband, our 6-year-old son, and I decided to go camping. Instead of opting for a paid camping ground, we sought something a little more off-road. We'd heard about an old camping site that had been closed down, no longer attended or maintained. Curious, we decided to check it out. Upon arrival, we found the gate to the old check-in booth chained shut. This meant we'd have to park our car in the woodline and carry our belongings in on foot. After a short walk, we began to spot old campsites, overgrown picnic tables, fire pits, etc. We continued searching for a spot near the pond, so we kept walking until we found the perfect spot. It was about a 15-minute trek from our car. That evening was simple, and before long our son was asleep, while my husband and I sat by the fire, no one around for miles. The silence was a bit overwhelming, but suddenly it was interrupted when we heard about 6 loud, heavy bipedal steps coming from the water's edge. It was like the sound of someone stepping out of an inner tube in the water, then taking several heavy steps onto shore. My immediate thought was that a park ranger or police officer had found our car, located the campsite, and was about to ask us to leave right away. Had the sound resembled any animal, such as a deer, muskrat, beaver, or bear, even though we shouldn't have bears in our region, I believe we'd have instinctively identified the approaching animal. This was heavy though, deliberate, more intimidating than any animal could be. My husband, a tough guy, not easily rattled, sprang to his feet, feeling defensive and genuinely afraid. My blood ran ice cold. We shone our flashlights into the woods, instinctively grabbing a nearby pocket knife and stick. We waited in silence for whoever it was to approach. Strangely, no officer showed up announcing their presence. No deer darted in front of us. Just silence. That's when true terror set in. I assumed that someone with malicious intent was hiding and waiting for the right moment to attack. I quivered out a shaky, "Hello?" Just like in horror films right before a gruesome attack. I'd never felt such primal fear. Still, there was only silence. But then, we heard branches cracking, not on the ground, but overhead, all around us, rapidly and loudly. Pine cones fell to the ground, echoing the snapping branches. It sounded as if 100 squirrels had suddenly ascended the trees, going mad. And yet, no matter where we shone our lights, we saw nothing. The noises continued for what felt like an eternity. We stood there petrified, unable to do anything but listen and wait for any sign of movement. It was as though we were being toyed with, sounds coming from above, below, in the trees, in the water, from every direction. No animal sounds, no growls, grunts, or squeaks. The noises and their patterns were not natural, normal, nor recognizable. I felt completely cornered. All I wanted was to wake our child, hold him in my arms, abandon our belongings, and sprint right back to the car as fast as possible. However, we were a good 15-minute walk from the car. I could hardly move, let alone run into the dark woods with this unknown presence. It all became a blur, but I remember we went back to the tent, huddling inside with our son, waiting for whatever would happen next. The noises kept going, loudly surrounding us without a break. Sometimes they would be nearby, other times far, sometimes loud in the water, then in the trees. What kind of creature or entity could be on land and in the water within seconds? What could be so loud yet remain unseen, or be present in so many places simultaneously? It was becoming maddening. But that was the extent of it. Terrifying, unexplained sounds. We never slept, waiting for daylight to make our escape. Shortly after sunrise, the noises ceased entirely. Finally, we went down to the waterside, looking for footprints or other evidence of what could have caused all those sounds. We found one puzzling thing: a large tree trunk from a fallen tree, which appeared to have been stabbed or shredded, with no natural patterns or signs of wildlife. It was like the tree had been repeatedly stabbed and gouged with a very large knife, leaving deep gashes and splinters. These cuts were fresh, and they definitely hadn't been there the previous day. In the light of day, we left, still without any idea of what that had been that caused those sounds in the woods. Perhaps there's a reason they closed that campground. Years later, it still baffles me. I've been unable to rationalize or explain it away. It was something very, I'll just say, unnatural. The Not Deer Came Back. From Sean M. Warning: this story contains depictions of violence against animals. This is an update to the previous story I submitted, The Not Deer That Hunted Me. It's been about 1.5 years or so since I first encountered that creature in the woods of Alabama in my backyard. To be completely honest, I'd thought it would simply leave and not come back. But I was a fool to think that. It did come back. For those unfamiliar with my previous story, I'm a senior in high school. I live in Alabama on my parents' property out in the middle of nowhere. Our house is surrounded by thick woods on all sides, excluding the path through it that leads to civilization. In the last 1.5 years, I have strong reason to believe I came across the cryptid known as a Wendigo. I was out hunting in the middle of the night, shot it thinking it was a deer, and it chased me out of the woods, terrorizing me and my girlfriend from outside my house. It can mimic voices almost perfectly, and it disguised itself as a larger buck. It nearly killed me. Ever since, I've been referring to this creature as the Not Deer. I was hunting by myself in the middle of the woods, wearing my now professionally tailored ghillie suit camouflage. Laying down on my stomach, I was essentially invisible to any game animals that could be roaming in the forest. With me was my dad's old bolt-action sniper rifle equipped with an infrared scope. I also had my Glock, hunting knife, a flashlight, first aid kit, and a shovel. I'd been out there for about 4.5 hours. The sun was completely down. The only light sources I had were my flashlight and the reflected light of the full moon in the sky. The shadows of the trees were long and creepy. The crickets were chirping, and the occasional echo of an owl's hoot would sound through the woods. Suddenly, all at once, everything went quiet. Quiet enough to hear the hypothetical gears in my brain turning. I was put on edge, reminded quickly of one of the things that could bring that type of silence in its wake. A bear or a mountain lion. But I was hyped. Those types of enormous predators were rare, and I'd only ever seen a few of them lumbering around in my woods. Sure enough, a black bear came tromping through the trees right in front of me. But what caught my eye was that it appeared to be bleeding rather badly. It collapsed at the base of a large tree and began to fervently lick its left paw. While the bear was minding its own business, I lay on the floor in my camouflage, debating whether I should shoot this bear or not. My decision came when a small baby bear came scampering out of the brush towards the first bear, who I now realized was a mother. It's highly frowned upon to orphan bear cubs, so I lowered my rifle and simply enjoyed the rare scene playing out before me. I was wrong to think that there would be a happy ending to this. Like a cat pouncing on a mouse, a large, thing came hurtling out of nowhere, launching itself at the baby bear. There was the horrible sound of its cries, followed by it being dragged away into the brush. That sound will haunt me forever. At the same time, the mother bear sprang up and charged after her cub to rescue it. But she was violently thrown back by something, the same something that had attacked her baby. The baby bear's cries were suddenly silenced as the mother bear struggled to regain her footing. I couldn't believe what I was watching. The attacker revealed itself, lunging for the heavily injured mother bear. My worst fears had once again come true. It was that not deer thing. Its image had been burned into my mind. At this moment, it was somewhat poorly disguised as a larger buck, with an enormous set of antlers on its head. However, it always appears as if it hasn't eaten in months. I could see its ribcage through the tightly bound skin, with a few patches of fur missing. Its eyes were milky white, giving it the appearance of being blind. Instead of hooves on its front legs, I saw very sharp, inches-long claws on rather human-like hands. Its mouth was also filled with horribly carnivorous-looking sharp teeth. It stood on its hind legs like a person, and for the chef's kiss of horror, it gave off a stench that smelled like Hugh Jackman's Wolverine clawing his way out of his grave, all while forgetting to regenerate. Unlike my last encounter, the knot deer was covered in both fresh and dried blood. It looked like some of the skin on its face had been torn off. I could see white bone on its skull as it screeched its horrible screech and tore into the mother bear. Scarlet liquid was spattered everywhere as the bear soon stopped moving, either dead or too weak to defend herself. And there I was, maybe 20 meters away, lying on the floor with my eyes frozen wide and my hands trembling. God, I can't get that scene out of my head. Every time I think about it, it makes me want to violently vomit. There wasn't much left in the semblance of a bear by the time the knot deer was finished. What disgusted me the most was that it didn't even seem to have the goal of eating either of its kills. That sadistic thing, which was now just standing completely still, had slaughtered 2 poor bears, seemingly for the heck of it. I felt terrified, and now sad and angry. I raised my rifle and put the scope's crosshair on the knot deer's head. As I now expected, the infrared showed it didn't give off any body heat. A year ago, when I shot it, I had aimed for its heart, but this demonic thing had shrugged off a direct hit to its heart, like I had simply spat at it. I wasn't entirely confident that this time I would actually succeed in hunting it, but it was worth a try. What scared the crap out of me was when the monster suddenly turned its head right towards me. Did it know where I was? Did it hear my heart thumping? Did it smell my fear? Whatever the case, I closed my eyes and squeezed the trigger, praying it would buy me enough time to gain the Flash's superpowers and nope my rear out of there. The muzzle flash of my rifle briefly illuminated the grisly scene before me, and I heard a loud clack and the knot deer's scream. As I opened my eyes, I saw the round fall to the forest floor as it bounced off the creature's skull. The shot did nothing except tee that knot deer off. In any case, I dropped the rifle and freaking ran. I could hear the thing close behind me as we both weaved through the trees, the thing screeching with rage. I didn't think it was possible for me to run any faster than I did on the first night I encountered that horrid thing, but I managed to stay one step ahead of it and just out of reach. It felt like I ran forever, but I eventually made it back to my house. Even though I honestly doubted my home would provide much protection, it did make me feel a bit better. The knot deer seemed unable to enter the house without being directly let in by someone else. Sounds like a vampire, right? But it's just what happened. It was summer vacation, My parents were very conveniently out of town, so I was essentially screwed. The police wouldn't believe my story, and the only other person that did believe me was back at her house about half an hour away. By then, the moon had been obscured by a cloud. It was pitch black out. Even the porch lights from my house didn't seem to penetrate this extraordinary dark. I pulled my handgun out of its holster on my belt and flicked off the safety, holding it in front of me. A stupid image of me starring in a Call of Duty game briefly flashed through my head as I remembered I was still wearing my Bush Boy outfit. However, the seriousness of my situation came rushing back as I heard a tapping on the front door, followed by my mother's voice.
"We're home. Let us in."
I didn't respond. Then I heard my father's voice.
"Open the door, son. Let me in."
If it weren't for the voice of my dad saying me, then anyone else would have thought that it really was my parents outside. But I knew better. This thing had not perfected the English language. Why say let me in when there were supposedly two of you outside? But my thought process was interrupted by the pretender out there, rapidly switching between the voices of my parents before they both seemed to speak in unison. Let us in, let me in, let me in. Needless to say, I did not let them in, or it. Instead, I used the remaining adrenaline I had in my system to shove the living room couch in front of the door. There was no one coming to help me, so I had to do my best to protect myself. I eventually passed out, hearing that thing outside screaming. A few hours later, I woke up in the same exact spot, spread-eagled on the floor in the living room. The sun was poking up over the horizon outside. I looked up and saw that there were 5 jagged diagonal holes in the front door. The knot deer had scratched its way through the door. What I didn't understand was, why stop there? Why didn't it break the door down and drag me out? I picked up my gun and peeked out one of the holes in the door, but saw nothing. Even so, I didn't trust it. By now I knew that thing was a trickster. It could simply be hiding just out of sight, waiting for me to emerge from the safety of my house. My phone rang and I saw that my girlfriend, MJ, was calling me, like she would every day. As much as I wanted to pick up, I hastily silenced my phone so that nothing outside would hear it. Sure enough, I suddenly heard leaves shifting outside. Something was beginning to pace back and forth, seemingly on 4 legs, in my backyard. After a while, though, I could hear the footsteps becoming fainter and fainter as the knot deer retreated back into the forest. As for me, I didn't even step foot outside for 3 days after it left. Though this might sound strange, I didn't attempt to repair the scratches in the front door. I wanted to make sure that the knot deer did not try one of its mimicry tricks again. Now that I think about it, my paranoia may have saved me from being snatched up by that horrible thing stalking me in my own house. On the 4th day following the encounter, I finally went outside again, armed of course. There, sitting in the grass of my backyard, was the head to a young bear. I stared at it for a minute, before again sealing myself within the walls of my house. Eventually, my parents came back. They were furious about the door. They forbade me from hunting anymore. And quite frankly, I don't really want to. But I swear that thing came back again and again anyway. Every time it does, something in my life goes wrong. Once I saw it on the way to school. It just stood on 2 legs in the shadow of a distant tree, watching me. That same day, MJ broke up with me. Her reason being, I don't want to be involved in all this scary monster crap. My grades have been dropping and I'm losing some of my closest friends. I see that knot deer on almost a daily basis. It never moves, it just stays completely still and stares. Is it wanting to make my life miserable, rather than dragging me away into the woods to finally exact its revenge on me. I have no idea. Maybe I'm just going crazy. My first and hopefully last Wendigo encounter. From James 54:2. I'm 28 years old and living in Texas. This is my story. Back in 2019, there was a lot of talk about unknown creatures roaming the forests. Things like Bigfoot and even skinwalkers. But this story isn't about them. This tale is about probably one of the scariest things I've ever heard of. The Wendigo. A few months after one of my friends named Jacob mentioned the uproar, I went to see him. I'd been away, enlisted in the United States Marines, and I'd just been discharged. One of the first things I did was go to visit him. We were having a great time when he brought up the idea of going out to a little hangout spot his ex-girlfriend had taken him to when they wanted to get away for a few hours. I figured why not, so I grabbed my gun and we headed out to this extremely secluded area, where there was an old dock. The place looked abandoned, poorly maintained, with some boards nearly rotted through. About half an hour into our shenanigans, Jacob brought up the topic of the Wendigo. The name itself gave me a chill, even being a Marine. Curious, I asked him about it. He told me that if you went into the woods and said Wendigo 3 times, you would come across the scariest thing you'd ever see. Thinking he was bluffing, I told him to prove it. To this day, I wish I hadn't. We started to walk down a narrow path that led deep into the thick woods near the Alabama state line. We walked for maybe 20 minutes and decided we were finally in a good spot. It's worth noting that it had been raining heavily the past few days, so the ground was completely saturated. Jacob dared me to say it. I stood there in complete silence. The rest of the forest was eerily quiet, save for the tall pines swaying in the wind above our heads. Reluctantly, I started to say it. Wendigo. 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 Then, nothing happened. I let out a sigh of relief. In the 10 years Jacob and I had been friends, this was one of the few times I had proven him wrong. We started laughing and talking trash to each other when we suddenly heard a noise in the distance. Reflexes kicking in, I immediately snapped towards the sound, which was soon joined by others. I moved closer, and moments later, we saw a few coyotes running across the path about 30 feet in front of us. Another sigh of relief, but that relief didn't last long. I had a gut feeling that something was off. As we turned to leave the woods, a tall pine tree began to groan and creak as it fell down. Acting on pure instinct, I shoved Jacob forward, just as the tree came crashing down between us. Jacob screamed as the tree hit the ground, and I quickly jumped over it to get back to him. I could feel his heart pounding like a drum as I pulled him up to his feet. Still freaked out, he wasn't moving fast enough. I yelled at him. "Move, Jacob! Move now!" I spun him around, causing him to stumble and fall. I helped him back up, and we both started to sprint down the path, back the way we'd came. Neither of us dared to look back. As we ran, I suddenly heard a familiar voice behind me.
Jacob! Jacob, come quick!
It was the voice of Jacob's younger sister, Olivia. Jacob immediately tried to run past me, screaming, "Olivia!" I grabbed him. "Jacob, look at me. That is not her, do you hear me? That can't be her." Just then, another pine tree began to buckle. I tackled Jacob to the ground, and we narrowly avoided being crushed. I screamed at him again, "Go, get out of here, now!" As I shouted, I pulled a gun from my waistband and aimed it down the trail in the direction we'd come from. Jacob made it to the trailhead, turned back, and saw me still aiming my gun.
Bradley, get out of there! Hurry!
I turned and ran towards him. As I reached the clearing, about 50 feet ahead, Jacob and I both saw it. The thing we had dared to summon. A Wendigo. It stood around 9 feet tall on 2 legs, with barely any meat on its bones. Its legs were unnaturally skinny, and its arms were even skinnier. Its skin was pale white, almost like that of a vampire. But what stood out the most were its eyes, a vibrant blue, almost like lightsaber blue, for those who have seen Star Wars. Overcome with fear, I raised my gun and fired at it. Jacob, not sticking around to see if I'd killed it, turned and ran for the car, and I followed close behind. That was my first experience with the so-called Wendigo, and I pray every night that I never encounter anything that terrifying again. Why the Deer? From Please Stay. This story happened when I was 6 years old. I lived in a small town in southern Mississippi, and at the time, we lived on 246 acres of forest. In Mississippi, deer season is a big deal, and hunting is quite popular. That year, my dad was hunting from a tree stand at the edge of our property. As usual, being the curious one, I was up in the tree stand with him, reading some book about animals. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. I looked up at my dad. He smiled and said, "I just got a buck." Evidently, a deer had walked out, and I didn't see it because I was too engrossed in my book. A few minutes later, we climbed down from the stand and found blood in the grass, leading towards the trees. As it was getting dark, we decided to go back home to grab flashlights before heading back into the woods to track the deer. As we walked, we came to a thick patch of woods and had to army crawl under some branches. My dad decided to go one way, and I went the other. I was about 50 yards away from him when I found a piece of a shoulder bone, covered in blood, at the base of a tree. I thought this was strange, as deer don't usually lose bones when you shoot them. While I was examining this bone, I suddenly heard the snap of a twig. I searched with my flashlight in the direction of the sound. What I saw will forever be burned into my memory. Standing there was an 11-foot tall, gray, human-shaped thing. It was dragging the lifeless body of the deer behind it. The creature didn't seem to notice me, and I didn't get a good look at its head. But I was terrified. I closed my eyes and began to cry. When I opened them, that thing was gone, leaving only a trail of blood leading deeper into the forest. About an hour later, my dad found me, still crying at the base of a tree. We never found that deer. That night, my dad took me home. I was silent the whole way, clinging to him on the four-wheeler, scared that whatever I'd seen might come back for us. After doing some of my own research, I still have no idea what it was. But I believe it killed the deer, not the bullet. Since then, I've continued to hunt and fish, but I've developed a healthy respect for the woods, knowing that some things are better left alone. The creature I saw resembled a cryptid known as the country road creature, but I'm not entirely sure. If you have any ideas about what this might have been, I'd love to hear them. I plan to share more stories in the future about my encounters with cryptids. I went back to that spot a few days ago, hoping to re-spark some old memories. I found some weird claw marks in the tree, so maybe whatever I saw that night is still out there. But I don't plan on finding out if it still roams those woods. Ever since that night, fewer and fewer deer have been coming by our house. I'm not sure if it's connected, but I have a feeling it might be. I'll keep you updated if anything else happens. Reservation Sleepover Horror Story from Cloud Dreamer. I was in high school. It was either 2008 or 2009. I grew up in a small town in Arizona, right on the edge of the Navajo Nation reservation. My best friend Key was Navajo, and we'd been tight since elementary school. One weekend, Key invited me and our other buddy Marcus to stay at his grandmother's place on the res. We were all 16 then. We'd just gotten our licenses and were itching for some independence. Key's parents were cool with it, as long as his grandma was there, and my folks trusted Key's family, so they gave me the green light. Friday after school, we piled into Marcus's beat-up Chevy and headed out. Key's grandma lived way out in the boonies, like 2 hours from the nearest real town. As we drove deeper into the reservation, the landscape got more and more desolate. Just miles of red rock and scrubby vegetation under a huge sky. We finally pulled up to Key's grandma's place, just as the sun was setting. It was this small, weathered house with a couple of old trucks parked out front. Key's grandma came out to greet us. She was a tiny, wrinkled lady, but she had this presence about her, like you could tell she'd seen some crap in her day. She got us all settled in, fed us some amazing homemade fry bread, and then pretty much left us to our own devices. We hung out, shooting the crap and playing cards, just being normal teenagers. Around midnight, we decided to go for a walk. The night was clear and the stars out there were insane, like a blanket of light across the sky. We wandered away from the house, passing a bottle of Jack that Marcus had swiped from his dad. The booze and the darkness made us braver than we should have been. We kept on walking, joking around and trying to scare each other with stupid ghost stories. After a while, Key got quiet. We were pretty far from the house by now, surrounded by these weird rock formations that looked like giant fingers pointing at the sky. Key said, "Guys, we shouldn't be out here. This place isn't good." Marcus and I laughed it off. We were buzzed and feeling invincible by then. You know how it is at that age. But Key was serious. He said his grandma had warned him never to come out to this area at night. Something about angry spirits. Just as Key was explaining this, we heard something. A whisper, but not quite. More like the sound the wind makes when it blows through a crack. But there wasn't any wind. It seemed to be coming from all around us. We all froze, the sound growing louder, more like a moan now. Then we saw movement out of the corner of our eyes. Just quick flashes of something. Dark shapes darted between the rocks. Marcus tried to act tough, calling out, "Who's there? This isn't funny." His voice echoed off the rocks, and for a second, everything went dead silent. Then all heck broke loose. The moaning turned into screams. Not like human screaming, but this high-pitched wail that made my teeth hurt. The dark shapes started to move faster and began to circle us. I caught glimpses of what looked like people, but wrong, like their proportions were all messed up. Long twisted limbs and heads that were too big for their bodies. What else could we do but run? We ran, taking off back in the direction of Key's grandma's house, stumbling over rocks and brush in the dark. I could hear those things behind us, that awful screaming getting closer. Something grabbed my ankle and I went down hard. I rolled over and saw something looming over me. In the starlight, I could make out its face. It was like a human's face that had been melted and stretched. Its eyes were huge and completely black, and its mouth was opening way wider than any mouth should. I screamed and kicked out, my foot connecting with something solid. The thing let go, and I scrambled up, running to catch up with Key and Marcus. We could see the lights of the house now, and we pushed ourselves to run faster. We soon burst through the front door, slamming it behind us. Key's grandma was there in an instant, taking one look at our faces and ushering us into the kitchen. She started to burn some kind of herb that filled the house with thick, fragrant smoke. All the while we could hear something outside, and screams which slowly faded as the night wore on. When the sun came up, those things were gone. Key's grandma set us down and explained. She said the place we'd wandered into was sacred, but also dangerous. The spirits there did not take kindly to outsiders, especially at night. She chewed us out for being so stupid, but I could see the fear behind her anger. She knew how close we'd come to, well, something bad. We didn't talk much on the drive home. I felt embarrassed for getting in trouble like that, and for doing something so stupid that possibly could have killed us. We'd seen something that night that shouldn't exist, something that challenged everything that I personally knew about the world. I wish I could say we learned our lesson, that we never did anything like that again. But teenagers are teenagers, and they don't learn their lessons easily. We had other close calls over the years, other moments where we brushed up against things we couldn't explain. But that night on the reservation was the first time I realized the world is a whole lot stranger and scarier than we like to think. Colorado Creature from Hunt of the Jake. Back in 2019, I was visiting my cousin Jake in Colorado. He lives in this small town called Crestone, which is basically in the middle of nowhere at the foot of the Sangre de Cristo Mountains. I'd never been there before, but Jake kept going on about how beautiful it was and how I had to come check it out. I flew into Denver, and Jake picked me up. The drive to Crestone was long, like 4 hours, but the scenery was pretty cool. We got to his place late afternoon, and just chilled that evening. We had some beers on his deck, watching the sunset over the mountains. It was gorgeous, I'll give him that. The next day, Jake wanted to show me around the area. He's big into hiking and camping and all that outdoorsy stuff. I'm more of a city guy myself, but I figured, when in Rome, right? So we packed up some supplies and headed out to the place called the Great Sand Dunes National Park. It's this weird area where there's massive sand dunes right up against the mountains. Looks like someone dumped part of the Sahara Desert in Colorado or something. We hiked around the dunes for a while, which was harder than I expected. Walking in sand is no joke, especially when you're going uphill. By early afternoon, we were pretty beat, so we decided to head back to the car and find a spot to camp for the night. Jake knew this secluded area in the nearby forest, where we could set up without any other people around. We drove for about 30 minutes, then pulled off onto this dirt road that wound through the trees. After a few more minutes, Jake parked and we grabbed our gear. We hiked maybe half a mile into the woods, before finding a small clearing next to a stream. It was a nice spot, quiet and peaceful. We set up the tent, got a fire going, and made some food. As it started to get dark, we sat around the fire trading stories and passing a flask of whiskey back and forth. It was a good time, just two cousins catching up under the stars. Around 11 p.m. or so, we decided to turn in. The temperature had dropped quite a bit, and we were both tired from the day's hiking. We put out the fire and climbed into our sleeping bags in the tent. I fell asleep pretty quick. I'm not sure what time it was when I woke up, but it was still full dark outside. At first, I wasn't sure what woke me, but then I heard it, a weird scratching sound coming from outside the tent. My first thought was it was some small animal. There were plenty of them around here. Maybe they were looking for scraps from our food earlier. But then I heard a low growl that definitely didn't sound like any raccoon I'd ever heard. I nudged Jake awake and whispered, "Hey, you hear that?" He grunted and listened for a second before whispering back, "Yeah, what the heck is that?" The scratching continued, moving around the outside of the tent. Whatever it was, it sounded big, way bigger than a raccoon. I was starting to get a little freaked out. Jake reached for his flashlight, but I grabbed his arm to stop him. I don't know why, but I had this feeling like we shouldn't draw attention to ourselves. We lay there in silence, listening to the thing move around outside. The growling got louder, and now there was a weird snuffling sound too, like something was sniffing the air. My heart pounded so hard I was sure the thing outside was going to hear it. Suddenly, something bumped hard against the side of the tent, right by my head. I nearly jumped out of my skin. Jake let out a muffled, "Crap." We could hear the thing's heavy breathing now, right on the other side of the thin fabric. Then it let out this sound that I still have trouble describing. Imagine a roar, but super deep, super low, with a high-pitched layering to it. It made every hair on my body stand straight up. I don't know what came over me, but I quickly unzipped the tent flap and shone my phone's flashlight outside. For a split second, I saw this thing. It was massive, easily 7 or 8 feet tall, covered in dark, matted fur. Its face was like a mix between a bear and a person, with these glowing yellow eyes and flat face. As soon as the light hit it, the creature let out another of those horrible roar shrieks and took off into the woods. I could hear branches snapping as it crashed through the brush. Jake and I just sat there for a minute, completely stunned. Then we both started to talk at once. "What the heck was that? Did you see it? We gotta get out of here." We scrambled to grab our essentials, leaving the tent and most of our gear behind. We ran back to the car, constantly looking over our shoulders. The whole time I kept expecting to hear that roar again, or to find some eyes looking at me in the dark. We made it back to the car, and Jake peeled out of there, spraying gravel as we fishtailed onto the main road. We drove straight back to his place in Crestone, not saying much the whole way. I think we were both still trying to process it. When we made it back, we cracked open a couple of beers and tried to talk it through. Jake suggested it might have been a bear, but we both knew it wasn't right. No bear moves like that. No bear makes those kinds of sounds. I've seen photos of the supposed Bigfoot tracks and stuff, but I'd always thought it was just bullcrap. But now I'm not so sure. We went back the next day to get our tent and the rest of the gear. I really didn't want to, but I also felt like we needed to see the place in daylight, to try and make sense of things. When we got there, the campsite was a mess. The tent had been shredded, and there were these huge, weird footprints all around. They were kind of like bear tracks, but a bit too long, with toes that looked more like fingers. Jake got excited, talking about how we should report it to some Bigfoot research group. But I shut that down. At least for me, I didn't want my name associated with this. I'm not even sure why I'm writing this now. I guess because I can be anonymous. I cut my trip short after that, and I flew home early. Jake was pretty understanding. We don't talk about that night much, but sometimes one of us will bring it up when we've had a few drinks. We still don't know what it was we saw out there. But I know one thing, I am never going back to camp there again. An Oklahoma farm. From way past where. I grew up on a cattle farm in rural Oklahoma, about an hour's drive from Tulsa. It was just me, my parents, and my older sister Jenny. Our nearest neighbors were 5 miles down the road, and the closest town was a good half-hour drive. It was the kind of place where you could walk for hours and not see another soul. Now don't get me wrong, it was a good childhood in many ways. Plenty of space to run around and always something to do on the farm. But there was also a loneliness to it, and a whole lot of time for a kid's imagination to run wild. At least, that's what I used to tell myself about the things I saw and experienced. It started when I was about 7 years old. I remember because it was right after my birthday. I'd gotten a new telescope, and I was obsessed with stargazing. One night, I was out in the field behind our house, looking up at the sky, when I saw something strange. It wasn't a star or a plane. It was this light, moving in impossible ways, zipping across the sky, stopping on a dime, then shooting off in another direction. I called my dad over, but by the time he got to me, it was gone. He patted me on the head, saying it was probably a satellite, but even then I knew that couldn't be right. Satellites just didn't move like that. That was just the beginning. Over the next few years, weird things kept happening. Little things at first, stuff that was easy to brush off or explain away. Like the time I found strange tracks in the mud near the pond. They were 3-toed, almost like a bird's, but bigger and deeper. Dad said it had to be a heron or something, but I'd seen herons before, and these tracks were different. Then there were the noises. Sometimes at night I'd wake up to this low humming sound. It wasn't loud, more like a vibration that you could feel in your chest. I asked Jenny if she heard it too, or felt it, and she said she had. But our parents never seemed to notice. But the really weird stuff, that always happened when I was alone. I remember one afternoon when I was about 9. I was out checking the fence line, something I often did to help my dad. It was a hot day, sun beating down, no clouds in the sky. I was walking along the edge of our property, where it met the woods, when suddenly everything went quiet. No birds, no insects, nothing. The air felt heavy too, like right before a storm. That's when I saw it, just for a second, mind you. In the shadows between the trees, there was something tall, maybe 7 feet or so, and thin. Its skin looked rough, almost scaly, and its eyes were huge and black, like a beetle's. I blinked, and it was gone. The sounds of the farm then came rushing right back, crickets going crazy and birds calling to one another. I could even hear the distant lowing of the cattle. I ran all the way back to the house. But this time, I didn't report it to my dad or anyone else. They hadn't believed me then, and they weren't believing me now. Another time, when I was 10, I was out in the barn late at night, helping my dad with a calf that was being born. Dad had gone back to the house to get some supplies, leaving me to keep an eye on things. I was sitting on a hay bale, trying not to fall asleep, when I heard a scraping sound from the hayloft above me. I looked up, and there was a face peering down at me from between the slats. It wasn't human. The head was too big, too angular. The eyes were those same black ones I saw in the woods that day. I could see a clawed hand gripping one of the boards. I must have made some kind of noise, because my dad came running back into the barn. By the time he got there, whatever I'd seen was gone. Dad ran up to check the hayloft, but he didn't find anything, not even footprints in the dust. These incidents continued over the years. Sometimes it was just a feeling, a certainty that something was watching me from just out of sight. Other times it was more concrete, weird lights in the sky that moved in ways planes and helicopters just couldn't, or strange burn marks in the fields that appeared seemingly overnight. One of the most vivid memories I have is from when I was 11. I'd gone fishing at the pond on our property. It was about half a mile from the house. I must have dozed off in the warm afternoon sun, because next thing I knew, it was twilight. As I was packing up my gear, I saw ripples on the surface of the pond. Something was moving under the water, and whatever it was big. I thought it could be a snapping turtle. We had some monster-sized ones in that pond. But then it surfaced, just for a moment. It wasn't a turtle. It wasn't anything I recognized. It had the same scaly skin I'd seen before, a long neck, and those eyes, those awful black shining eyes. I dropped everything I had and ran. When I got back to the house, my mom was frantic. Apparently, I'd been gone for hours longer than I thought. To me, it felt like I'd only been at the pond for maybe 2 hours tops. According to my family, I'd been gone since morning. Almost 8 hours. The weirdest part? I had this small, perfectly circular mark on the back of my neck that had not been there before. It wasn't a cut or a bruise. It was more like a slightly raised scar. It faded away after a few weeks, but sometimes I swear I can still feel it there, especially when I'm alone and in quiet places. As I got older, I started doing some research, trying to make sense of all my experiences. I read about more UFO sightings and alien encounters. Some of what I read lined up eerily well with my experiences. Did you know people have reported reptilian-like entities going back decades? And the missing time incident at the pond is classic alien abduction stuff. But here's the thing. I'm not saying I was abducted by aliens. I'm not even saying I believe in aliens, not really. All I know is that for a few years of my childhood, the world felt a lot stranger and a lot scarier than it was supposed to be. The experiences tapered off as I got older. By the time I was in high school, they stopped completely. I was relieved, partly, but another part, well, it sounds crazy, but another part of me missed it. As terrifying as it was also very fascinating. It made the world, or I guess the universe, seem bigger, more mysterious. Then again, maybe it was an especially overactive imagination combined with being lonely on a farm. Who knows? Maybe I had some kind of undiagnosed condition that caused hallucinations. Heck, maybe there was a gas leak in the ground somewhere. But I don't think that's right. I'm 35 now, with a family of my own. We live in the suburbs of Tulsa, about an hour from my parents' farm. I have a normal job, a normal life. Sometimes, especially when I visit my parents, though, those old feelings come rushing back. Last summer, I took my own kids out to the farm for a week. One night, my 8-year-old son came running into the house, eyes wide with excitement. He said he'd seen lights dancing in the sky, moving in weird ways. My heart nearly stopped. I went outside with him, but of course by then there was nothing to see. Just stars and the blinking lights of distant planes. I pointed at the planes and told him it was probably just that. But immediately, I had this guilty feeling, like I was the biggest hypocrite. Wasn't I doing exactly what my parents had done to me? Dismissing something just because it didn't fit into our neat, orderly view of the world? That night, after the kids were asleep, I walked out to the old pond. I stood there in the dark, listening to the chorus of frogs and crickets, and for a moment, I felt like that scared, confused kid again. I don't know what I was expecting to happen. Maybe I'd gone out there again for a sign of some sort, some confirmation that my memories were very real. But there was nothing there, nothing waiting for me, just a quiet night. But when I turned around to head back, I did feel a prickle at the back of my neck, like I was being watched. I spun around in a heartbeat, and I looked at the pond, and I swear I saw a single ripple there. I practically ran back to the house after that. I locked the doors, checked on the kids, tried to convince myself it was nothing, but I'd be lying if I said I had no trouble sleeping that night. I couldn't shake the feeling that maybe something out there had remembered me. Shape-shifting witch-like thing. From Nova Artino 69. I'm from Costa Rica, a small country in Central America. We have several local legends and monsters of our own, one of them being a sort of witch or devil's wife who steals the skins of animals to use them and gain their abilities. The catch is, like a skinwalker, it might end up looking wrong and deformed. When I was 14, we lived on a farm. My grandparents from the US actually liked it there as well, so they built a vacation home under the same roof as our house, with the porch being the separation between the two. Since they hardly ever visited, I convinced them to let me use the master bedroom of the other house as my room, because I am the eldest. I've always had trouble sleeping, so it wasn't unusual for me to be up and about past midnight. This one night, I was in the other house. Mind you, it was completely empty except for my room. Since it's a farm, of course, there were trees, but not close enough where something could jump from the trees to the roof. And yet, out of nowhere, I could hear something land where my parents' room would be. A couple of seconds passed, and then this thing began to run all the way to where my room was. The sound was so loud, it felt like the roof was about to collapse. I couldn't move, and my window was open since it was a cold night. Thankfully, at the least, it had a screen, because as soon as it reached my head, it swung and latched onto that screen, yelling and trying to get in. I saw it. It looked almost like a monkey, but the face was more feline, the hands ending in claws. I panicked and ran to shut and lock the windows, still hearing that thing, then locked myself in the bathroom where I stayed until morning. When my parents woke up, I asked if they had heard anything last night, but they hadn't. Then I went to check the screen outside, since I absolutely did not want to open my window. Lo and behold, the screen was torn almost completely. Needless to say, that same day I moved my things back to my old room, which I shared with my little sister, and I got in trouble for the destroyed screen. I shot a deer. From Campy Creep. This was years ago now, but I remember it, all of it. I loved the forest, and I loved hunting, but not so much anymore. That night, the moon was full, but the trees choked its light. Streams of silver fought for every inch, peeking through the canopy. Footfalls in the forest echoed, and the crunch of leaves and the snapping of twigs announced my presence. I wasn't lost, but I had not found what I was looking for. Earlier that day, I had shot a deer. It felt wrong. That's the best way to explain it. Just wrong. I'd had no luck, sitting in my stand for hours. But then it walked out of the tree line. A huge buck. It strolled right to the center of the clearing, head pivoting side to side and then up. It looked straight at me. I took aim, lining up my crosshairs on the deer, when suddenly, a voice in the back of my head whispered, "Don't do it." Why? I thought. Just don't take the shot. The voice insisted. I lined up my crosshairs again. The deer didn't blink. Its glassy black eyes stared up at me. I think it knows I'm here. Why isn't it running? My chest started to tighten. I don't know, but don't do it. The voice continued. I curled my finger around the trigger and began to squeeze. The voice was screaming now, warning me not to do it. I knew I shouldn't have pulled that trigger, but I did. God, what I'm saying doesn't even make sense. But it's what I saw, it's what I did. I shot the deer, and it didn't budge. It took that bullet between the shoulder blades, like some sort of mosquito bite. It flicked its ear, licked its nose, turned its head, and walked back to the gap between the trees, vanishing. I climbed down the tree stand, approaching the spot where the deer had been hit. There was blood, but it wasn't right. The wound I had made in the deer's chest was mere moments ago, and yet the blood on the ground was already clotted and dried. I followed the blood trail into the trees. The smell, oh God, it was horrible, like the stench of swamp mud and rot. Something was off, but I had to track it down. My dad had instilled in me strong hunting ethics. Know your gun, shoot only when certain, and always track down wounded game. I can't explain why I felt the way I did. Watching it walk back into the woods made my stomach drop, but why? My inner voice returned. It wasn't a deer, and it saw you. It took that bullet like a slap on the back. Then what was it? I don't know, but it wasn't a deer. The forest around me was alive with the sounds of summer, the chirping of crickets, the hoot of an owl, frogs joining the chorus on cue. Everything was in motion. I followed the blood trail, refusing to give up for the night. I had to find it. Suddenly, the trail stopped at the base of a large tree. The blood had been heavy and constant up to that point. I scanned the area with my flashlight, but there was nothing. Where could it have gone? Then something thick and sticky struck my forehead. I reached up, touched it, and brought my fingers into the light. Red. Blood. I shone my light up into the tree, and there it was. Halfway up the trunk, more blood. Further up, on one of the branches, more blood. What the heck? That's not right. I tried to rationalize. Had the deer succumbed to its injuries? Had it been dragged up the tree by something else? No, there wasn't enough blood for that. And there were no remains. How did blood get up in the tree? It must be from another wounded animal, not the one I'm tracking. Perhaps I got swapped onto its trail instead. But that can't be right. I knew I was tracking the same trail the entire time. The only explanation is that the deer, that thing I shot, scaled this tree. Deer don't climb. So where is it now? I shone my light into the treetops, but there was nothing. The branches were bare, no sign of life anywhere. Crap. Now what? I decided to make camp since the trail was dead. There was nothing left to track. I set up my tent and gathered some wood for a fire beneath the tree. I tried to get some rest, but sleep would not come. I kept replaying the events from earlier over and over again. The more I thought about it, the less anything made sense. And the less sense things made, the more threatened I felt. I sat up, stoking the fire, and grabbed my weapon. I was ready to fight. Not ready to win, perhaps, but to fight. "What are you doing?" a voice in my head asked. "I just want to be ready," I replied to myself. Ready for what? I'm not sure, but it makes me feel better. No, you know what. You shouldn't have shot that deer. Sitting by my fire, I remained at the ready, constantly scanning the area, listening to every sound the forest threw at me. The night was loud. The forest was alive with creatures all caught in a perpetual state of hunting or hiding. Then faintly, I heard a snapping sound. I turned and raised my gun toward the void. The orange glow of the fire danced on the barrel, illuminating the campsite, but revealing nothing beyond it. I decided not to use my flashlight. I wanted complete control of the weapon. Motionless, I sat there, listening very closely. Nothing, just the crackling of the fire. Yeah, that's all it was, just a crack of the fire, I told myself. Nothing out there? I knew that wasn't true, but it was the only thing I could say to convince myself to lower the gun. The night dragged on, but I survived, despite the occasional kamikaze moth pelting me. As dawn broke, the cool morning air, tinged with a light blue hue, enveloped the forest. It was a welcome change from the heat that lay ahead. A thick fog had rolled in. I extinguished the remnants of my fire, packed up my gear, and prepared to head to the pickup location. My friend wouldn't be able to get me for another day, but at least I'd be ready. I squatted down to retrieve my packed bag, slinging it over my shoulders in one swift motion. The swirling fog parted where the bag had lain, revealing something I hadn't noticed before. Tracks. Not just any tracks. Deer tracks. Hundreds of them. The hoof prints struck deep into the damp ground around the campsite, forming a perfect circle around my camp. This thing had been circling me all night long, just beyond the firelight. But that couldn't be. I would have heard something. I mean, there were hundreds of tracks. It would have had to make noise at some point. As I looked closer, it became apparent there were no tracks showing entry or exit from the area. It was like the deer had simply materialized right beside the campsite and vanished when it was done. Forget this. I'm out of here, I muttered to myself as I began the long trek to the pickup location. However, I decided not to stop there. I would hike down the logging road to the mouth of the main dirt road that my buddy would have to drive down to get to the meetup spot. Honestly, it didn't do much in getting me out of here any sooner, but it was good to have a mission to work towards. Any amount of time shaved off in these woods was better. Most of the hike was uneventful. I was approaching well over halfway to the meeting spot when I decided it was time for a break. I rummaged around in my bag for water and a protein bar. I was making great time. At this rate, a few more hours of hiking and I would be on the logging road in no time, and only a half-hour hike from the main dirt road. A branch popped behind me. I lifted my gun and swung around to the noise in one fluid motion, scanning the area. The forest is thick this time of year, so my view of my surroundings was limited. This thing could be mere feet away, and I wouldn't see it. The iron sights of my rifle glided across the forest, and then stopped. I saw something. A big patch of brush, but something was off with it. At the top of a large bush, there were weird branches coming out, oddly bare. No, they weren't branches, I realized. They were antlers. My hands tightened around my weapon as I pulled its buttstock tight against my shoulder. Tunnel vision kicked in. I saw nothing aside from that bush. Then I guessed where the head would be relative to the exposed antlers. I took aim, and I squeezed the trigger. The kick of the gun jolted my insides. A loud, thunderous bang ripped through the forest, followed by the burnt smell of gunpowder. It didn't even flinch. No movement at all from this thing. The tips of its antlers were still visible. Then the exposed point slowly lowered down, out of sight, into the brush. Everything was still. Everything was quiet. Everything was wrong. I grabbed my bag and began to run, as fast as the forest would let me, towards the direction of the logging road. Tearing through the woods, between the snapping and whipping of vines and branches, I could swear I heard something tailing me. But I didn't care. I just wanted out. So I kept running. I burst through the thicket and into open air, the resistance of the forest vanishing, toppling me forward onto the dusty red earth. An orange cloud surrounded me as I slid across the dirt road. I rolled over, facing where I'd exited the tree line, chest heaving, waiting for that thing to rip through the foliage and jump right on top of me. But as I sat on the road, gun up, nothing came from the woods. The forest was still. I think I'm losing my mind. I lifted myself up from the dirt, brushed off my clothes, and gathered my bearings. It's this way. I started down the dirt path, hiking for a few minutes before a section of cleared forest came into view on the right side of the path. It was an old logging site, stumps jutting out like headstones in a tree graveyard. The clearing was littered with the tracks of trucks and the branches of past harvests. It was a wide-open expanse of mangled wood and debris. This is as far as I go for now, I thought. The sun will be going down in a few hours, and there's no point in going further. Plus, this will make a great spot for camp. The best parts were an abundance of firewood, an open view of my surroundings, and the ground being completely littered with branches, so I could hear anyone or anything coming. No trees mean no cover for it from my shots. Yeah, this is as good as it gets. One last night, and my buddy will be here first thing in the morning to get me. Just one more night. For the last time, I set up camp, stacking a quick pile of firewood and standing guard as the sun dipped below the horizon. The night crept in from the forest around me. I could sense I wasn't alone. The feeling had been lingering before dusk, but now it was closer, more persistent. The hours passed slowly. The wind was relentless, constantly threatening to snuff out my flames. I kept shifting my position to shield the fire with my body, but it was barely enough to keep it lit. The darkness was thicker than the night before, with no moon or stars, only clouds blanketing the sky and its light. It was quieter tonight. There were no sounds of bugs or animals, just the rustling trees and howling wind. Time dragged on with nothing happening. Dawn was only a couple of hours away. I made it, I thought. Maybe I am losing my mind. Then I saw it, a silhouette approaching my camp. The fire cast a faint glow, but I couldn't make out any details. It looked like my friend, my buddy. Maybe he's ahead of schedule, I thought, and he was drawn by the light of my fire. I stood up to greet him, but froze mid-stride as the figure moved closer. The darkness around it melted away. It wasn't my friend. It wasn't even a man. The legs were far too skinny. The arms hung at odd angles, and what looked like long hair rose from its shoulders in writhing lines above its head. As it stepped into the light, I saw it clearly, every horrifying detail. It was that deer, but not a deer at all. This thing continued walking straight towards me. It moved on its hind legs like a man, the forearms, now drooping in front of its body, ended in claws instead of hooves. Its jaw hung loosely on its hinge, revealing rows upon rows of jagged, malformed teeth. Its antlers, now more resembling tentacles, whipped at the surrounding air, and its eyes, no longer on the sides of its head, had shifted somehow to the center of its face, one atop the other. I raised my gun, took aim. Then something from the sky hit my hand, then my cheek. It ran down my face and off my chin. It was beginning to rain. The sky opened up, unleashing a downpour that extinguished my fire in mere seconds, plunging me into darkness. The last sight I had of this thing was it advancing towards me. I fired my gun in the dark. The flash from the discharge revealed nothing of its location, but I saw my flashlight on the ground to my left. I could hear nothing over the ringing in my ears from the shot. Even the beating of the rain was lost on me. Keeping my gun raised, I bent down with one arm outstretched, feeling around the ground for my flashlight, until I touched the familiar smoothness of plastic against the rough earth. I grabbed it, and as I did, I felt fur brush against my outstretched arm. I swung the gun in that direction and pulled the trigger. The recoil threw the gun from my hand, and I felt something warm and sticky splatter across my face. Clutching the flashlight, I dug my feet into the ground and pushed off into a sprint. I clicked on the light and picked a direction, the rain beating against my face, washing sweat into my eyes, making them sting. Each falling droplet obscured more of the light, leaving me barely enough visibility to keep my footing. I ran and ran until I hit even ground, the light illuminating the muddy path of the dirt road. I continued down the path until I lost my footing, sliding in the mud. The flashlight bounced ahead of me, landing with its beam pointed back in the direction I'd come from. I rolled over onto my back and saw a tall, shadowy figure running up the path towards me. Scrambling to my feet, I left the light where it lay and let my instincts guide me. I didn't stop running until my footsteps slapped against pavement. I'd made it all the way to the main highway. The sun was beginning to rise over the trees. I walked along the side of the road until I heard a familiar voice call out behind me. "Hey!" I stopped and turned to see my buddy, half hanging out the window of his truck, a look of concern and confusion on his face. "What the heck happened to you?" he asked, hopping out of the driver's side door. I paused and just stared at him, unsure of how to explain. How could anyone understand? I finally said the only thing that made any sense. "I shot a deer." The Not Deer of Washington. From Madam Madman. It all started when my cousins had come to visit from Nevada to Washington for a wedding. 3 days after that wedding, we'd gone to a beach near the coast to hang out. We spent a couple of hours paddleboarding, catching fish, talking with relatives, and eating watermelons on the warm beach sand. Once the sun started to set, this was in Washington, so the sun stays out until 9. We had packed up all our things and wanted to show our cousins the abandoned military fort. It was a very interesting place. The fort was in a C shape with rooms along the side of it, with a large dark hallway connecting each side of the C. The base was built into a hill, and you could walk up on top of the base and look down over the edge. My cousins and I were still on the ground with our aunt, whom I'll call Kay. "Hey kids, we can go and walk on top of the base. Want to go?" she asked. We all were ecstatic at the idea of going on top of the base, except for me. I'd been there multiple times. We went on up. Now the base had a smooth grassy top that tapered into woods on the rest of the hill. My aunt and cousins had unknowingly gone back down to the ground, and I was there alone. I stupidly decided not to go back the way I came, like my relatives. Instead, I wanted to go all the way around the flat surface of the base. I was around halfway to the other end when I felt uneasy. I've heard that when you truly know you're in danger, your heartbeat will feel faster. I felt my chest, and my heart was pounding. I realized then that the usual barn swallows that live in the base had gone quiet. Had they left? I looked around, and in the woodline I saw a deer. It was just staring at me. I sighed in relief, but that feeling did not go away. As I looked closer, I noticed that the deer had these terrible forward-facing eyes. It looked wrong. I froze. I was not only an animal fanatic, but a cryptid fanatic too. I knew about plenty of dangerous animals for a 13-year-old. And the way this deer's eyes looked, they were not natural. They were predatory. I didn't know what to do. I felt I needed to escape, obviously, and for some reason, my mind shot to some show where the characters had to watch a magpie to stop it from attacking them when they weren't looking. So I set my eyes on that deer and didn't take them off of it. As I walked backwards, the deer's neck had turned completely unnaturally in a circle, the same ungodly eyes beaming back at me. I started to panic. Okay, when you get to the hill slope, you're going to run as fast as you can. You can do this, I thought. The deer was still looking at me in the same unnaturally bent position. I couldn't take the panic and dread, so I ran. All my time in track finally paid off, I guess. I ran from the base to the parking lot in what felt like mere seconds. "Hey, what's wrong?" asked Kay and my mom. I told them everything and that we had to leave. Once we were home, I told my other aunts and my mom and dad. One of my aunts, who I'll call B, chimed in and asked if it was a flesh gate or a crawler. But all I said was it was a really messed up deer, with weird eyes and an all too flexible neck. Another aunt, C, said it might have been a knot deer. I'm still not sure if it was a knot deer, or a skinwalker, or the most actually messed up deer in all of existence, but I'm glad it didn't chase me or attempt to attack me when I ran down the hill. I believe a Wendigo attacked me. From Gregarious Greg. So this happened to me back in 2002. I was working as a park ranger in northern Minnesota. I've never really told anyone the full story, but I figured it's time to get it off my chest. Seems like other folks around here have had similar experiences after all. I was young back then, fresh out of college and happy to land a job at this small national park. Not physically small by any means, just understaffed. It was your typical Minnesota woods with hiking trails, campsites, and a few cabins scattered about. Most of the time, the job was easy. I would help lost hikers, make sure the wildlife wasn't getting too close to the campsites, and lock up the office at night. Nothing terribly exciting, and more often than not, relaxing. But then mid-fall rolled around. Things started to get off. It began with sounds, or rather the lack of them. Anyone who has spent time in the woods knows how noisy it is at night. You've got your usual suspects like owls hooting and crickets chirping, maybe a fox or coyote in the distance. But suddenly, on occasion, it was like you would walk into another world, a soundless world. The silence would be so thick, you could almost feel it pressing down on you. I remember standing outside the office one night, just after sunset. It hit me how wrong everything felt. No rustling leaves, no animal calls, not even the wind. Just this unnatural quiet that made the hair on the back of my neck prickle up. I had two thoughts about this. Nothing crazy. I figured it was the changing of the seasons, or maybe a larger animal or person passing by that was out of sight. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right here. Then came in the complaints from campers. Some vague things at first. Several folks said they heard weird noises at night, but couldn't quite describe them. One guy I recall said it sounded like someone was dragging something heavy through the underbrush. Another swore he heard what sounded like whispering coming from the trees. But when he checked it out with his flashlight, there was nothing there. I kept these in the back of my mind, but didn't put too much weight on them. They were too easily explained away by the wind or other things. But different reports kept coming in, and they started to get more specific, some even disturbing. There's a certain family I'll never forget. They came into the office on a Sunday morning, looking like they hadn't slept all night. The father was trying to keep it together, but his wife was crying, and their kid was clinging to her like his life depended on it. He explained they'd been awakened in the middle of the night by what sounded like footsteps circling their tent. At first, he thought it was a bear, but then he realized the steps were rhythmic and deliberate. It sounded like someone pacing around the tent. The dad said he unzipped the tent flap to take a look, and that's when things got really freaky. He swears he saw a figure standing just at the edge of their campsite, unnaturally tall and thin, hunched over like its spine was bent at an odd angle. But even stranger, he said it seemed to be swaying slightly, even though there was no wind. He yelled out to them, asking who was there, but the figure didn't respond. It stood there, swaying. By that point, the sun was about to come up, and as it did, the father says he saw it turn and walk into the woods. He says their movements were all jerky and uncoordinated, like someone trying to control a mannequin, or someone who just woke up and didn't know what they were doing. I didn't know what to tell them. I mean, what do you say to something like that? I filed a report, of course, but I wasn't sure what to write. Campers scared by spooky tall man? It sounded ridiculous, but the fear in their eyes was real. I told them it was just a lost hiker, and at worst, a drunk camper who wandered into the wrong campsite. After that, these stories kept coming in. More and more campers reported seeing a strange tall figure lurking at the edges of campsites or on the more isolated trails, always at dusk or just after nightfall, and usually too far away to make out many details. Some of the other rangers started to joke that we had a forest hobo living in the woods. A few even asked me if I thought we should organize a search, in case it was some mentally ill person who'd wandered off and gotten lost, someone who might pose a danger to campers. But I didn't think it was that simple. There was something ominous about these sightings. The way people described the figure's movements, the sudden silence that seemed to follow it in these reports. It all added up to something that didn't fit into a normal explanation. There were other occurrences too. Lights in distant cabins would flicker erratically, even though we had just checked the wiring. Trees would sway and bend when there wasn't a breath of wind. And worst of all was that constant feeling of being watched, which got worse the more sightings came in. I would be out on patrol, checking the more remote areas of the park, and suddenly I would get this overwhelming sensation that someone or something was staring at me. I'd spin around, heart pounding, but there was never anything there. Just trees and shadows and that unnatural silence. It got to the point where I dreaded coming into my night shifts. The darkness seemed to press in closer with each passing day, and that feeling of wrongness just kept growing stronger. I recall one night in particular, about a week before Halloween. I was locking up the office, later than usual because we'd had a group of hikers come in just before closing. As I was walking to my truck, I felt it again. That sensation of eyes drilling holes into the back of my skull. I turned around slowly, my flashlight beam cutting through the dark. For a split second, I thought I saw something move just beyond the trees, a thin silhouette. But when I focused on that spot, obviously there was nothing. I practically ran to my truck that night, and I didn't stop looking in my rearview mirror until I was miles away from the park. The next day, I finally broke down and talked to one of the older rangers about what was going on. I assumed if anyone would do something or know what to do, it would be him. This ranger had been working at the park for decades. He knew every inch of those woods. I'll never forget the look on his face when I finished telling him about all the weird crap that had been happening. He got real quiet for a minute, then asked me if I'd ever heard of the Wendigo. Now, I'd grown up in Minnesota. Of course, I knew the stories, and y'all listening probably do too. It is said that the Wendigo was a mythical creature from Algonquin folklore, a monster that was said to possess humans and turn them into these insatiable, cannibalistic beasts. But it was just mythology, right? A cautionary tale to make cannibalism this forbidden thing, as it rightly should be. The old ranger, though, he didn't seem to think it was a mere story. He told me that every few decades he'd worked there, strange things would start to happen in the park. Animals would go missing, and campers would start to report bizarre sightings, and that unnatural silence would often settle over the woods. He told me his grandfather had told him stories about a particularly bad cycle back in the 1930s. A whole group of campers had gone missing without a trace. Allegedly, search parties combed the woods for weeks but never found a single clue. It was like they had simply vanished. I wanted to laugh it off, but that seemed rude. I wanted to accuse him of trying to scare me, but that seemed wrong. The way he was looking at me that day, dead serious, made any rebuttal die in my throat. "Just be careful," he told me. "And whatever you do, don't stay in the park after dark if you can help it. There are things out there we don't understand, and they can be dangerous." I nodded and thanked him, but inside I was freaking out. I mean, I didn't really believe in monsters or anything like that, not even ghosts. But after everything I'd seen and felt over the past few weeks, I couldn't just dismiss this. As October wore on, the tension in the park just kept ratcheting up. More campers were cutting their trips short, claiming they felt unsafe or uncomfortable. We had a few reports of vandalism, people's things being torn into and messed with, small animal carcasses being arranged in bizarre patterns. A lot of the folks around here began to think it was some sort of sick prankster, but the old man's stories were ever present on my mind. The other rangers were feeling it too. We'd sit around the office, trying to joke and act normal, but there was this undercurrent, an overhanging feeling of fear. It became taboo to talk about it, unless we absolutely had to. I started to take extra precautions. I carried a bigger flashlight, made sure my radio was always charged, and I never went anywhere in the park alone if I could help it. No matter what I did, though, I was not about to shake that feeling of dread. It was just there at all times, every minute of the day on my job. It all came to a head on October 30th. It just had to be the night before Halloween. I was working the late shift, and for some reason, the park was busier than usual. Maybe people wanted to get in one last camping trip before winter. Maybe folks were coming in to have a special outdoor spooky Halloween vibe. Whatever the reason, I was kept busy all evening dealing with last-minute arrivals and making sure everyone was settled in to their campsites. By the time things quieted down, it was well after dark, and I was the only one left in the office. I should have just locked up and gone home. That's what my gut was telling me to do. But I had some paperwork to finish up, and I figured another hour or so wouldn't hurt. And you know how being social is when it comes to fear. You start to let it subside. I'd been talking with a lot of people that day, and even after they were gone, I didn't feel too alone. But God, I wish I'd listened to my instincts. What happened next is the reason I can't sleep without a light on anymore. So there I was alone in that tiny park office, finishing up some stupid paperwork of some sort. The lights were buzzing overhead, that annoying fluorescent hum that gets on your nerves after a while. Outside it was pitch black, and I mean you couldn't see your hand in front of your face, kind of dark. I kept glancing at the clock, telling myself I'd leave in 5 more minutes. But you know how it is when you're in the zone. Those 5 minutes turned into 10, then 20. Before I knew it, it was nearly midnight. And then I noticed the silence again, like someone had thrown a big blanket over the whole park. The wind stopped, the crickets stopped. There was nothing out there making noise. All I could hear was that darned buzzing from the lights, and the sound of my pen scratching on paper. I finally decided that was enough for me. I mean, paperwork's not worth risking your life over, so I started to pack up, shutting down the computer, all that kind of end-of-shift stuff. As I was locking up the office, I got that feeling again, the really bad being watched feeling. I tried to ignore it, telling myself I was just being a scaredy cat. But, truth be told, my hands were trembling, and I could barely get the key in the door lock. After that, I basically ran to my truck. It was parked maybe 20 feet from the office, so not too far, but still, I swear it felt like a mile. I had the keys in my hand, ready to make a break for it. And then I heard a sound. It was like someone stepping on dry leaves. It wasn't a single step. They were slow, deliberate steps. Sounded an awful lot like whoever was out there wanted me to hear them. I froze then. I then slowly turned around, fumbling for my flashlight. And there it was, just at the edge of the trees, maybe 30 feet away from me. A figure. At first, I made myself believe it was a shadow. But then I saw it move. And God, the way it moved was all wrong. Like its joints were bending in ways they shouldn't be. It was hunched over, arms hanging down far too low, and it was way too tall. For a second, my mind was trying to make sense of it. I thought to myself, it's some lost hiker, someone who's hurt or might need help. That would be the rational explanation, right? So I called out to them. Hey, you okay? My voice sounded weird, all high-pitched and shaky. I couldn't hide how scared I was. The figure didn't answer, though. It just stood there, still, swaying like the stories I'd heard, like it was being moved by a breeze that wasn't even there. At that very moment, the air was dead still. Then it started moving towards me. Not walking, not really. It almost looked like it was gliding. I saw its feet move, but I couldn't even tell if they were quite touching the ground. That's when I lost it. I don't even remember trying to run, or even deciding to. 1 second I was standing there, and the next I was sprinting back into the office. I could hear it behind me, getting closer. There was a weird wheezing sound, like it was breathing but couldn't quite get enough air. I slammed into the office door so hard I thought it would break down. I struggled desperately to get the key in the lock as fast as I could, but the harder I struggled, the harder the task was, and the whole time I could feel it getting closer. Finally, I got the door open, and I practically fell inside. As quick as I could, I stood up and slammed the door shut and locked it. I backed away from the door, trying to catch my breath. For a minute, nothing happened. The office was quiet, except for my ragged breathing. I was starting to think I'd imagined the whole thing, or at worst, the stranger outside, or creature, wasn't really after me at all. But then I saw a shadow moving past the window, slow and deliberate, like these steps from before. I held my breath, praying they would go away. But they, or it, didn't. It stopped right in front of the window and turned to face me. The image of that thing's face will live with me forever. It looked like someone had taken a human face and stretched it out, distorted it. The eyes were sunken deep into the skull, but they reflected the light from inside the office in such a weird, haunting way. The mouth was very wide, but I didn't see the teeth just yet. It pressed its face against the glass, long, spindly fingers scratching at the window. The sound was horrible, a high-pitched screech that hurt my teeth. I didn't move. Maybe I couldn't. I kept holding my breath, too. I stared back at it. Then, the scraping sound stopped. The thing stood up straight. Jesus, it was tall. Had to be at least 8 feet. It gave me a quick look, glowing, reflecting eyes seeming to stare straight into my soul. Then it turned, and I don't know how to describe it, but it didn't walk away. It didn't run. To me, it looked like it just faded into the dark. Now, after seeing something like that, you end up just standing there, letting it sink in, being too afraid to move. I just looked out that empty window. My legs were shaking something fierce, too. I wanted to call for help, but I couldn't move for some time, not even to go get the phone. Eventually, I managed to grab a chair and wedge it under the doorknob. Like that could stop whatever that thing was. But it still made me feel safer. I spent the remainder of the night huddled in the corner of the office, jumping at every little sound and movement. I kept thinking that thing was still out there, and that if it wanted to, it could just break through the window. But it didn't. When the first rays of the sunrise came through the window, I got my things and began to head outside. I felt a lot better being able to see now that the dark of the night was subsiding. I walked very slowly to my truck, looking left, then right, then repeating about 100 times. When I made it to the driver's side door, I unlocked it in a hurry. I took a step inside, looking around in the cab, making sure I was completely alone. As I was doing so, one leg was still on the ground outside. It was then that I felt a sudden, searing, hot, stinging pain in my left ankle. Instinctively, I yanked away and screamed. I then felt a hand grab hold of me as an intense pain of super sharp teeth tearing into my flesh radiated through my entire body. I screamed and pulled away hard for another 2 or 3 seconds before it let go of me. In the maddest panic you can imagine, I slammed the door shut, turned on the truck, and peeled out of there so fast I nearly slammed into a few trees. Without slowing down at all, I drove to the nearest hospital. I was examined by a doctor. I told them exactly what happened, that something bit me and grabbed hold of me, something that I couldn't see, as I believed whatever it was had been lying in wait under my truck. He looked perplexed by my wound. Before stitching me up, he said, strangely enough, the teeth marks looked human, as if a man with particularly sharp teeth had attacked me. So yeah, that night messed me up pretty bad for the rest of my life. I called my supervisor about the injury, got a few days off, but before hanging up, I did ask if someone could look around for footprints or handprints where my truck had been parked, and near the windows of the office. When I heard back from him, apparently no footprints or handprints were found. No evidence that some barefoot, nude stranger had been there. To everyone else, the park seemed normal and peaceful, save for the strange stories. But to me, the hellish thought of going back kept me from going to sleep that first night. But I worked up my courage, realizing I needed my paycheck, and I went back after my quote-unquote sick leave. The morning I returned, my coworkers began to show up one by one. Each of them had apparently heard the story, and they looked at me with concern. They'd been hearing the stories I had up to this point. That fear was palpable for them as it was for me. And even so, they thought my story was nuts. Not in an unbelievable kind of way, but more like insane that something like that actually happened. Admittedly, showing them my stitches helped me feel a bit better. It was proof that I wasn't crazy, that something had actually attacked me. Plus, for the next 2 weeks, I wouldn't have to go out and about from the office. My supervisor kept me on paperwork duty so that my ankle could heal over the next 2 weeks. However, it was very, very difficult to go back to normal. I don't think I ever really did. Over the next few years, as old employees left and new ones came in, my story became a bit of a legend. The former employees who had believed the story were gone, and the new ones thought I was just crazy. When I showed them the scar, which had healed up quite well, they told me it could be anything. Now, going back to just after the incident, I didn't know if it was bad or good news, but those strange occurrences stopped being reported right after my bite. Guess I took one for the team, and that thing decided to skedaddle afterwards. About 5 years after the incident, I went to work somewhere else. And ever since then, I haven't gone back to that national park. It's mostly because I don't live in that state anymore. But even if I did, I can't imagine any scenario where I'd want to go back. The trauma is still there. I swear when it's about to rain, I can feel that slight scar on my ankle beginning to heat up and sting a bit. Just know, if you ever go somewhere outdoors and the local park rangers or campers or hikers start to tell you legends, pay attention and decide for yourself if you're ready to believe them, or at least treat them as words of caution. A Simple Drive Home, from Comrade Kane. Unfortunately, or I should say, fortunately, this story is short. It was about 4 years ago. I'll keep the location vague for the sake of anonymity, but I will say it was in the northern half of Louisiana. I've lived here pretty much my whole life, and the few things I've ever experienced before this were at my father's house in Texas when I was younger, but that can be its own story. Anyway, I lived in an apartment complex about 30 to 40 minutes from where I worked. I was part of the evening shift at my job at the time. I would have to drive down a long, mostly empty road heading towards my home. This would last about 10 minutes before I had to head down a smaller, more rural suburban area. This is where it happened. It was probably a little past 11 or maybe even midnight, the usual time I got off for where I used to work. I was just driving, listening to either music or a podcast. I don't remember which. I was just really tired from work. I was relaxing and driving when my headlights illuminated something off to my right in the ditch along the road. I only saw it for a few seconds, but I swear this pale creature, probably about 6 feet long, if not more, was sprawled out on the ground, crawling up out of the ditch, flat on its stomach. I only caught a glimpse, but I sometimes remember it having 6 limbs, other times 4. As I said, I was trying to pay more attention to the road, not expecting something like this. Either way, it startled me. I remember vividly seeing movement as I passed by, like it had crawled out of the drainage pipe and was about to head into the yard of the house I was passing. One of its long, thin, and lanky limbs reached up to place its right hand to pull itself up further. I passed it fast and did a double take, questioning what I'd seen. My mind was wondering if what I saw was real, or was I just tired, my mind playing tricks on me? Either way, I was not dumb enough to think about turning around to check it out. All the way back home, I kept driving and told myself it was just the weird way my headlights were making shadows on the rocks in the ditch. I even tried to recreate this effect for days, trying multiple ideas to recreate that effect, but never once did. Never did the shadows ever look the same as what I'd seen that night. Even trying to look out of the corner of my eyes, nothing. I asked my coworkers the following days if they'd ever seen anything like what I described, but to my dismay, they brushed it off, joking and asking, "Did you also see Bigfoot too?" I wish I could say I saw it again, but I didn't. But honestly, I'm glad. It means I can keep telling myself it had nothing to do with anything but my imagination. Even so, a small part of my mind says otherwise. The best description I have for what I saw that night are those things I've heard of about crawlers. Heck, I even started to follow groups online that talk about sightings like that now. I've told a few people about this. Most folks brush it off. To be honest, I still hope it was nothing more than my headlights and shadows. But you can never be too sure. If it really is out there, please never let me see you again. Ever. Disappearing Tree. From Kisu. I want to share a few of my experiences with you. This is the first. In 1991, when I was 8 years old, living in a rural forest in Finland, it was time for our annual field trip with the whole school. As the area was more rural and in the middle of nowhere, we had only 9 students at the whole school, and I'm including myself in that. Because it would be needless to get a whole bus for a field trip for only 2 teachers and 9 students, parents and other adults were also welcomed to our field trip, albeit they paid to go. Our destination was the Olavinlinna Castle, over a 3-hour drive away in a town called Savonlinna. The castle was built in the mid-15th century when Finland was still part of Sweden to protect the nation against the neighboring country Russia. There were no inhabitants in the area, but the Swedish government forced Finnish people to move into the area to build the castle the royal crown wanted, and that's how Savonlinna came to be. Nowadays, it's also known for its annual opera festival, which is one of the biggest in Europe. I had never been further than 100 kilometers, or about 55 miles, away from home, so I was excited for the trip. The day was extremely sunny and nicely warm when we arrived at Olavinlinna Castle. The tour guide showed us around the castle, telling us the famous legend of Olavinlinna. I'll share it with you. Long, long ago, a young maiden lived in the castle. She fell in love with an enemy Russian soldier, and whenever they had a chance, they met in secrecy. One day, after this love affair had been going on for some time, the soldier asked if they could meet in secrecy in the darkness of the night inside the castle. The young woman agreed. When the night fell, she went to the main gate to let her lover inside. But this time, he wasn't alone. The entire Russian army was waiting there. The men stormed the castle, but their invasion was not successful, and they were driven away. This young woman, albeit completely innocent, was sentenced to be killed for treason. She begged for mercy, but that was in vain. She would be buried alive inside one of the castle's walls. Later, as a sign of her innocence, a rowan tree grew out of her heart and through the wall. This is a story tour guides tell to all the visitors, and it's also featured on Olavinlinna's official webpage. Of course, on our field trip, we heard the same story while standing in the castle's inner circular yard. Next to me stood a couple I didn't know, and I heard them gasp, "Oh wow, look at that, it's so high." I turned to look at what they were staring at with their craned necks, and I saw a rowan tree. It was growing from the castle's wall, just like in that legend. It was very green and lush, a vibrant-looking tree growing around midway on the wall. It rattled my little kid brain. I kept staring at it intensely, thinking, how on earth can a tree grow from out of the wall? How did a seed even get in there? Where would it get its nutrients? All sorts of questions ran on in my head, because what I was seeing made no sense to me. Apparently, it also made no sense to this unknown couple on my right either, because they too were fixated on the tree. We all stared at it, this most lively, healthiest, luscious-looking little tree we've ever seen, for many, many minutes, until it was time to follow the tour guide to our next destination inside the castle. Fast forward, I'm 17 now. My best friend had applied to Savonlinna Art and Music High School and was accepted in, so her family moved there. It was the first summer break for her when I came to visit. We agreed that we should visit the medieval castle. I told my friend that I really wanted to see the rowan tree again. It was one of the best things I'd ever seen. When we made our way inside the castle, we noticed the tour group was about to start their journey with the guide. We figured we would head inside the castle first, before the group left, so that we weren't in their way and the group won't block our access to different areas of the castle either. Hurrying in, we made our way deeper into the castle, and trust me when I say we didn't leave any single nook or cranny unchecked. If it wasn't chained or marked with no trespassing or personnel only signs, we went in. We spent maybe an hour inside the castle, but we were unable to find the rowan tree. I wondered to my friend if the tree had fallen down, or maybe it had been cut down because of rotting, causing a safety hazard. I mean, the tree was growing around the middle of a very high castle wall. If it had fallen on someone's head, they'd be dead, or at least severely injured. We caught up with the tour guide at the top of one of the castle towers. The tour guide was telling her visitors the story of the maiden and the rowan tree, so my best friend and I decided to eavesdrop on the story. We pretended to be watching the scenery stretching over the lake surrounding the castle, when in reality, we kept concentrating on the tour guide's voice. The tour guide said that there had indeed been a rowan tree, which had grown out from the castle's wall. But unfortunately, it had come down in an extremely bad storm in the 1950s. Shocked, I turned to look at my friend and gasped to her under my breath so that no one else could hear me. "That can't be true. I saw the tree in the 90s. What does she mean it fell down in the 50s? I was sure that the castle staff had messed up with the tree. Maybe they'd accidentally killed it. Then they had to come up with some ridiculous story of a storm. However, when I later searched for more information of the rowan tree and the castle, the tour guide had spoken the truth. The tree had indeed come down in the mid-50s in a very heavy storm, which had ripped the poor tree from the wall. The castle's webpage also confirmed this information. Not only that, but I also found the only surviving photo of the said rowan tree. It had been taken 2 years prior to its demise. It was nothing like the one I'd seen in 1991 with that unknown couple. The tree we had seen was lush and vibrant, round and bushy, whereas the tree in the photo was just a few wimpy sticks coming out of the wall. Besides, it was in the wrong place, growing out from the edge of the castle's roof, whereas the tree we'd seen was on a castle's wall. I went on to search for more information of any other known trees which may have grown in the castle, but there was none. Only this wimpy, sad excuse of a rowan, which itself was such a rare phenomenon that it still lives in the castle's legends. If the castle staff was so excited for a few sticks, they wouldn't have missed a grown tree, albeit a tiny one, sticking out from a wall in such a visible spot. I know for certain that it wasn't a prop either. It was a living tree. Trust me, growing up in a rural area gives you an ability to differentiate a real tree from a fake one. Also, I need to say that we have only a few castles in Finland, and the closest castle to Olavinlinna is Hämeenlinna Castle, over 300 kilometers away, so I have not visited any other castles in Finland. Not before, nor after. It's been decades since that incident, and I still don't know what it was. Was it a ghost tree a glitch in a matrix we all saw, to which the tour guide didn't react for whatever reason. Or have I, without knowing, jumped timelines to a different reality where the rowan tree of Olivenlina Castle was just a wimpy little thing, jerked down from its roots in a storm in the 1950s? Horror on the Preserve. From Theo. I'm a 19-year-old male who needed a summer job between my freshman and sophomore year of college. I'm majoring in environmental science, so when I got an opportunity to be a camp counselor teaching environmental education, I took it without hesitation. Now I work on a nature preserve in West Virginia. Some important things to preface are that this preserve is spread out over 163 acres of protected land and trails, and it has a small creek that runs through it. It also has a pretty extensive marsh that covers around a third of the preserve. In this particular week, I was tasked with leading a nocturnal animals camp. I was in charge of about 10 campers between the ages of 8 and 11. Since the camp theme was nocturnal animals, the camp took place between the hours of 6 o'clock to 10:30. My two fellow counselors and I, who each also have about 10 campers in their groups, had a litany of activities and games to do, all surrounding different animals you find at night. I'll call my other two counselors Wes and Gabe. Wes was an all-around outdoorsman, and Gabe had been a counselor here for a couple of years now. They were both very familiar with working with kids and traversing the preserve. I was the new counselor at camp, so sometimes they liked to mess with me and my group a little bit. Nothing major, though. It was a Thursday in the beginning of July. I had a pretty easy group. They listened really well, and none of them did any type of dangerous acts. So you could say we were having a great week. Near the end of the night, around 9:30 p.m., right as it was starting to get pitch black, Wes and I decided we really wanted to let the campers do a solo hike. A solo hike is when you have a counselor at the start and end of a trail, and you stagger the campers beginning the hike in intervals so they get to experience the outdoors by themselves, but still get a sense of security, knowing that there are people close by. Gabe decided to do another activity with his campers in the pavilion, so he wasn't going to join Wes and me on the solo hike. Wes really wanted to do the marsh loop, which just so happens to be the longest and most isolated hike on the preserve. When Wes suggested this, I saw a smirk come across Gabe's face, so I figured they were trying to mess with me again. But I didn't really care, as the marsh loop was one of my favorites. When Wes and I brought our groups to the trailhead at the edge of the marsh, Wes offered to go to the end of the hike to get the campers when they finished. I was fine with this, so Wes and I did one last count of the campers and made sure they all had their personal flashlights. I then started to let the campers go one at a time. Everything was going smoothly. One of my campers, I'll call him P, was really scared of the dark, so I let him walk with me once all the campers had begun. P and I started through the marsh, and our flashlights weren't really much help. They were quite dim, constantly flickering on and off. I got sick of messing with mine and told P to turn his off too. That way we could just let our eyes adjust to the darkness. As we were walking through the marsh, I began to hear a loud, slapping noise behind me. I stopped and turned. P grabbed my hand as we listened together. When we stopped walking, the loud slapping sounds also stopped. P was starting to hold tighter, and I could tell he was scared. "Don't worry, buddy, it's just beavers. We have a colony out here in the marsh," I whispered to him. Honestly, I thought it was just beavers, slapping their tails at night, as this was when they were most active. So P and I continued to walk. The slapping started up again, but this time it was coming from in front of us. P jumped and grabbed my leg. Now I knew what was going on. It was Gabe out in the marsh trying to freak me out. I got a little teed off because this was holding up my hike and scaring my little camper here. I yelled out, "Gabe, come on out. You're freaking out P." No response. I didn't even hear the bullfrogs anymore that were deafening just minutes ago. "Gabe, I'm serious. I'm not in the mood for this right now." Dead silence. I've spent enough time in the woods to know that no sounds at all is not a good sign. I grabbed P's hand and I began to survey the marsh, trying to see if I could find anything out of place. At this point, my eyes had adjusted pretty well, but I still could not make out anything that could be causing these loud slaps. I decided it was time to finish this hike, as we still had about a mile to go. P and I picked up our pace, and the slaps were louder, now seemingly all around us. It didn't make sense. I couldn't see anything weird. I couldn't hear anything besides these bass-driven blows on the water. I was completely bewildered. As we continued, I looked behind us, and I saw some cattails being pushed to the side. P and I froze, watching these cattails being flung out of the mud. I snapped out of it and whipped out my flashlight. When it turned on, I was horrified. I saw two fluorescent red eyes 50 yards behind us in the cattails. As I turned the flashlight up, I saw a pair of blood-soaked antlers. It was like time stood still. I couldn't move. The slaps had stopped, and seemingly whatever creature I was looking at had frozen too. I stood like this for I don't know how long, until I felt a tug. It was P pulling my arm, crying, telling me to run. I didn't hesitate. I dropped my flashlight and picked up P as I started sprinting down the last leg of the trail. I heard the slapping start again, and I heard the most gut-wrenching roar behind me. As I ran out of the swamp and entered the small cedar forest, I glanced behind me, and I saw this thing rise up out of the mud on all fours. It looked dead, like every piece of flesh on it was rotting. Its face was all bone, and it had two huge fangs protruding from its mouth. P started to become hysterical, and I sprinted even faster, knowing that this thing was probably gaining on us. It was knocking over huge cedars as I traversed the path. Finally, I saw a fire, and a group of campers circled around it. I started to scream at them, "Run, run," as I approached, but they all looked at me blankly. I ran into the center of the circle and looked behind me, only to see nothing. No cedars falling behind me, no antlers, no sounds. I was completely out of breath by then, trying to comfort P when Wes approached me, asking what was wrong. He took me to the side, and I explained the whole thing. He didn't say anything to me at first. He instead turned to our campers and told them to extinguish the fire, that we were going to go back to the pavilion now. He whispered to me that I needed to collect myself so I didn't scare the campers, then I needed to get out of the forest as soon as possible. The second Wes and I got back to the pavilion, we called all the parents to come pick up their kids. Then we sat in silence. I tried to comfort P, but nothing helped, not until his mother arrived. After all the campers left, Wes came up to me and said very somberly, "I've seen it too, but you need to forget about it." Then he walked away. I stared, confused, out of the window, deciding right then and there I was never stepping foot on this preserve again. That would be my final day. I'd gone missing. From terrific fluoride I'd gone backpacking through northern Michigan. I had just graduated college and wanted to do a solo trip to clear my head before starting the job hunt. I'm originally from the suburbs of Chicago, so I wasn't exactly an experienced outdoorsman. But I'd done some camping as a kid, and I figured I could handle a week-long trek through the Hiawatha National Forest. Looking back, I was pretty naive and underprepared. I had decent gear, a good backpack, tent, sleeping bag, etc. But I had never really done any serious backcountry hiking before. I plotted out a route that would take me on a big loop through some of the more remote parts of the forest, figuring I'd cover about 10 miles a day. In retrospect, that was way too ambitious for my skill level. The first couple of days were actually great. The weather was perfect. Clear skies and temperatures in the low 70s. I was making decent time and really enjoying the solitude. There's something magical about being alone in nature, surrounded by nothing but trees and birdsong. I would stop occasionally to filter water from streams or take photos of particularly scenic spots. At night, I would make camp, eat some trail mix or dehydrated meals, and I would fall asleep to the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze. It was on the third night that things started to get weird. I had hiked a little farther than usual that day, pushing myself to reach a small lake I'd marked on my map as a good campsite. By the time I got there, the sun was already dipping below the tree line. I quickly set up my tent and got a small fire going, wanting to eat and get settled before dark really set in. As I sat by the fire, heating up some soup, I had this sudden feeling of being watched. You know that prickly sensation at the back of your neck? Like that, but more intense. I looked around, scanning the trees at the edge of my little clearing, but I didn't see anything out of the ordinary. Still, I could not shake the feeling. I tried to tell myself it was just my imagination. Being alone in the woods can play tricks on your mind. But as the night wore on, the feeling only intensified. I kept catching glimpses of movement out of the corner of my eye, only to turn and see nothing there. The forest sounds seemed to change too. The usual nighttime chorus of crickets and frogs went quiet, replaced by this eerie stillness, which was only broken by the occasional snapping of a twig in the dark. I didn't sleep much that night. Every time I'd start to drift off, I would jerk awake, convinced I'd heard footsteps or breathing just outside my tent. By the time dawn broke, I was exhausted and on edge. Part of me wanted to pack up and hightail it back to civilization, but I told myself I was just being paranoid. I'd come out here for an adventure after all, so I shouldered my pack and pressed on. The next day was odd. I couldn't quite put my finger on why, but something felt off about the forest. The trees seemed denser, the shadows deeper. I'd check my maps and compass, only to find that I didn't seem to be making much progress, not as much as I should. The landmarks I was looking for never seemed to materialize. It was as if the landscape itself was subtly shifting around me. By late afternoon, I had to admit I was lost. None of the terrain matched my map anymore. I thought about trying to backtrack, but I couldn't even be sure which direction I'd come from. The sun was hidden behind a thick canopy, and my compass was spinning wildly, the needle swinging in circles. As I began to panic, I stumbled into another clearing. That's when I saw it for the first time. It was, I don't even know how to describe it right, but I'll do my best. It was a figure standing at the edge of the clearing, impossibly tall, about 8 feet or more, and it was thin, like a shadow given 3D form. It didn't seem to have distinct features, just a vague humanoid shape that hurt my eyes to look at directly. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The figure didn't move, didn't make a sound. It just watched. I don't know how I knew that, since I couldn't see any eyes. but I swear I felt its gaze boring into me. After a while, I backed away slowly. The figure remained motionless. As soon as I reached the tree line, I turned and ran. I crashed through the underbrush, branches whipping at my face, my lungs burning. I ran until I couldn't run anymore, collapsing in a heap on the forest floor. As I lay there, gasping for breath, the shadows lengthened around me. Night was falling again, and I was nowhere near any state to make camp. I knew I should get up, find water, set up a tent, but I was paralyzed by fear and exhaustion and confusion. That's when I heard it. It was like this chittering sound, a high-pitched insectile noise that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, and underneath it, a deeper sound, a rhythmic thumping like massive footsteps getting closer. I scrambled to my feet, all fatigue forgotten in a fresh wave of adrenaline. I picked a direction at random and ran again, quieter this time, trying to listen for pursuit over the sound of my own ragged breathing. I'm not sure how long I fled through the darkening forest. Time seemed to lose all meaning. The trees began to look twisted into unnatural shapes. The ground beneath my feet felt spongy and uneven. At some point, I became aware that the chittering had stopped. The forest was once more deathly quiet. I slowed to a walk, straining my ears for any sign of danger. And then I saw the lights. Ahead of me, weaving between the trees, were tiny points of bluish-white light. They moved like fireflies on a mission. Despite every instinct screaming at me to run the other way, I found myself drawn towards them. As I got closer, I realized the lights were coming from small ethereal figures flitting through the air. They seemed to take notice of me. They began to circle around, and, unbelievably, they seemed to form a path through the woods. Some part of me knew I shouldn't follow, but I was beyond rational thought at that point. I stumbled after the lights, pushed onwards by equal parts curiosity and desperation. I was led into a meadow, where the trees began to have these strange symbols carved into their bark. I stopped for a moment, reaching out to touch one of the symbols. As my fingers brushed the rough bark, the world seemed to shift, or maybe I just blacked out. The next thing I remember was opening my eyes, and the lights were gone, and everything felt, well, normal again. In fact, my surroundings had changed. In the distance I saw lights, different lights. These were man-made, the outskirts of a small town that was not there before. I made my way there in a hurry, finding the nearest street. People were looking at me strangely. I'm assuming my appearance didn't help. I had to have been filthy and scratched up and wild-eyed. I found a convenience store and went inside. I went right up to the counter and asked, "Excuse me." My voice sounded hoarse. "Can you tell me where I am?" He gave me the name of a town I'd never heard of, an estate hundreds of miles from where I'd started my hike. What day is it?" I asked. I dreaded the answer. When he told me, my knees felt weak. Somehow, impossibly, over 2 weeks had passed since I'd entered that forest. 2 weeks that I had no memory of. The convenience store let me use the phone, and I called my parents. They were hysterical. Apparently, I'd been reported missing after failing to return from my trip on schedule. Search parties had combed the area where I was supposed to be hiking, but found no trace of me. I never did come up with a satisfactory explanation for what happened. The official story is that I got lost in the woods and wandered in a delusional state for 2 weeks before finding my way back to civilization. I know that's not true, but it's easier than trying to explain the unexplainable. I've since gone hiking again. I still do go hiking on occasion, but I don't go alone anymore, and I never go in too deep. Nowadays, no matter what I do, it feels like I'm always catching a glimpse of something out of the corner of my eye, something darting between the trees, and I wonder if that's PTSD from my experience. The moment I step foot into woods anywhere, I always feel watched. I thought it was a deer. From Anonymous. I've always been a lover of the paranormal and supernatural. It's been a special interest of mine. It's something I've poured my heart into, and I've spent hours researching to learn more about. Now, when I was in 6th grade, we had an essay to write. We could do anything we wanted, just so long as we did research, and told a lot on the topic. My classmates went with stories of fishing or making things. You know, normal 6th grade topics. I, of course, went the supernatural route. I chose to research skinwalkers. Ever since seeing an episode of a paranormal investigative show where they went to Skinwalker Canyon, I'd been amazed by the idea of these creatures. I spent hours looking into folklore, learning all I could. My final essay ended up being around 12 pages long, and I was incredibly proud. My classmates thought it was a little weird of me to do this, and some teachers were worried, but it never ended up causing me any trouble. It was rather ironic that I chose this for my essay, seeing as how the information I learned did nothing to help me realize what happened to me that July. The summer between 6th and 7th grade, we were moving houses. We weren't going very far, just about 15 minutes away, so we could be closer to my grandmother. The house we lived in at the time was surrounded by dense woods, which my younger brother and I had always spent much of our time in. We didn't have much property, but we did have a nice area of the forest to run around in and explore. We knew almost every square inch of the land. Back then, I loved the outdoors, and I would play out there for hours at a time. I felt comfortable out there, especially when I had my dogs with me. My house sat on a very small hill, and we had a small porch on the backside, looking out into the woods. It was just big enough to hold our grill, or maybe a few camping chairs, and I would often stand out there at dusk, listening to the sounds of the forest at night. The tree line was about 20 yards away from there, and the angle made it so whoever was on the porch would be a good 6 or 7 feet above the ground at the tree line. One night in July, I was standing out there as usual. I'd been sitting there, reading one of my favorite books, and just relaxing. I was around 12 years old at the time, and I had a very short attention span. Once I was done reading, I got to my feet and leaned against the railing, looking out into the trees. After a few moments, I realized I could hear something walking around in the woods. Since we lived so close to the forest, we often got deer that walked through, sometimes coming right up to our house if we were silent enough. Naturally, I went quiet, waiting for a deer to come out of the bushes. Sure enough, after about 30 seconds, I saw a pale, slender shape stepping out from the brush. There was a brief moment of excitement to see such a pretty creature before my enthusiasm was replaced by confusion. This deer didn't look quite right. Its neck was just a little too long, and its limbs seemed thin and spindly. It shouldn't be able to stand on legs that thin. Surely it would have collapsed from the weight of its own body. But somehow, it was perfectly steady on its hooves as it walked towards me. I felt no fear yet, just confusion and fascination. As it got closer and closer, I realized that no deer should be this close to a human being. It looked directly at me, and I knew it was aware of my presence. With the thrill of terror, I realized maybe this deer had rabies or was sick. There was no way the deer could get on the porch with me, but I still slowly backed away from the railing, going inside and locking the door behind me. I thought about it for a moment, then shrugged it off, deciding this was just a sick deer. I told my mother about the deer, worried for our dogs or my brother. I didn't want them to get attacked by it, or possibly get whatever made that deer sick. My mother immediately went on alert and kept my brother and the dogs inside for the next few days. We moved away that week, though it wasn't related to the sighting of the sickly animal. I never saw that deer again or another one like it. It's been several years since the encounter, and I'd forgotten about it until a few nights ago. My interest in the paranormal has remained with me, and I've continued to look into these creatures. I was searching through the cryptid tags on an app, and I found videos of creatures called not deer. Immediately interested, I searched up these beings, and after looking at the information for a few moments, the memories of that night in July came back to me. It was starting to make sense to me. The deer's appearance and behavior perfectly matched the stereotypical behavior of not deer. The story that I thought I made up with my 12-year-old imagination had actually been true. I was rather embarrassed for not realizing what this creature was until all these years later, considering how much I'd looked into these folklore beings. However, I decided to ignore the embarrassment and share my story instead. If I see another creature like this, I'll be sure to share more. In the days since realizing what my encounter was, I found myself looking into the woods more, wondering if I'll see a pair of big eyes staring back. My experience with the Wendigo, from Love Malfoy 5858. I live in New Jersey. This took place when I was around 10 or 12. Our school had organized a camping trip to the Bass River State Forest. Of course, being the adventurous kid I was, I instantly signed up. The day on which the trip was organized was in the winter, so we bundled up in cozy winter clothes before going on the 3-day camping trip. The trip started like any other. We got on the bus, teachers assigned us in groups, and all that stuff. We got off the bus with our camping gear and immediately sat to work. While we worked, however, I had this strange feeling that I was being watched. I brushed it off, thinking there's nothing wrong with that, there's lots of animals out here after all. As soon as I had this thought, a howl of some sort resounded from the woods all around me. Startled, I dropped the hammer I was holding 2 hammer pegs. The noise had startled me, as even though my friend said it was nothing, it sounded more human than animal, but with still some traces of wolf in it. It's hard to explain, it was so bizarre. I pushed the occurrence to the back of my mind, and I tried to enjoy the trip. Nothing besides that really happened on the first day. On the evening of the second day, we all lit a fire as it was cold. We were having a really good time, toasting marshmallows and singing songs. A few hours passed and the fire began to dwindle. We all went out in different directions in the woods to cover more ground, searching for more kindling. I had chosen to go through the most scary-looking part of the forest, as, like I said, I was adventurous. I had been picking up sticks for nearly 10 minutes before realizing the forest was quiet. Too quiet. This silence was deafening. I suddenly heard a twig snap near the tree line. I jumped in shock and looked around for the source of the noise. I called out to see if anyone was there, but then my voice seemed to echo. Anybody there? I say this because my echo sounded much more disturbing, much more inhuman. I got scared, dropping all the sticks I was carrying, and ran for my life. Behind me, I could hear twigs snapping. I never felt so terrified. I ran for a few minutes, and the twig snapping seemed to have stopped. I turned back to see. That was a big mistake. What I saw will be forever etched into my mind. A huge wolf, standing on two legs with what appeared to be antlers, was looking down at me, and I swear it looked as if it was smiling. I saw rows of razor-sharp teeth that could tear through bone like paper. I practically flew to the campsite and only stopped when I saw my best friend Allison. When I made it to her, I cried at her feet, breaking down. She asked what was wrong, pointing towards the woods from where I came from. Then I blacked out. When I woke up the next day in my tent, with worried faces all around me, I explained to everyone that I saw a wolf. That's all I could say. I knew no one would ever believe what I actually saw. The third day, I stayed inside, terrified that I might see that awful creature again. Nowadays, I'm very wary of going into the woods, and I never stray too far anymore. If you ever encounter a creature like this, I advise you to run for your life as well. Wendigo encounter while zoinked. From Schnitzel. This story starts off on a warm summer evening at a friend's house, around half a year ago. Me and 3 of my friends, Cole, Andre, and Lucas, were at Cole's place. It was our usual hangout spot on the weekends. At around 7:30 p.m., we were in his basement, playing video games as usual. At one moment, Lucas died in the game and got so mad he threw the controller onto the floor, which ended up causing it to break. Cole wasn't very happy about this. After all, that was his controller. Feeling bad about his lapse in judgment, Lucas told Cole that if we went to Walmart that night, he would buy Cole a new controller. We often got bored through the night, and would often end up going to Walmart anyway. Plus, there was a Taco Bell right next door to Walmart, and we were all quite hungry. None of us had had supper yet. We got into Cole's Honda Civic and headed out to Walmart to fill our stomachs. With our brand new controller in hand, and some Taco Bell in our systems, we began to talk in the parking lot of the Taco Bell. We then got onto the topic of substances. Lucas told us about a store nearby that sells special gummies. Now, to this day, I've never done anything drug-related, and never really wanted to do anything drug-related. But when the guys heard of a special gummy, they were super curious. So we rolled into the parking lot. We gave Lucas about $30, and he walked in and out with the goods. Of course, the 2 of them wanted to try out the gummies as soon as possible. But Cole said that his mom was home, and if we did them there, she would find out, and very readily tear us a new one. I had an idea. I remembered my family owned a small cabin about 20 minutes away, and I thought the guys could try the gummies there. I pitched the cabin idea, and they were instantly sold. We began to make our way down to the cabin. For context, this isn't some old cabin from the scary movies you've seen. Instead, it's pretty much just a newer-looking small home. It has a bedroom and a bathroom to the right, and to the left, you have a kitchen with a smaller bedroom with 4 bunk beds. Straight ahead from the front door is a small living room. Now, the property is surrounded on one side by a wooded area, and on the back of the cabin, you've got a big hill with the cabin being on the top of that hill. There's a small cornfield at the bottom of the hill, and probably 50 yards to the left of the cabin, we have this wooden storage shed that we use to store our 4-wheelers and other things. As we pulled up, I instantly felt on edge, like someone was watching me from a distance. As we stopped the car, I got out and looked around the area. I looked at the storage shed. I thought I saw a weird flash suddenly going behind it, but I brushed this off as my imagination. We went into the cabin and the guys were ready to try those gummies. They were acting like kids on Christmas and wrapping their favorite presents. I offered to be the sober one since, at the end of the day, someone's got to drive the guys back home. Around half an hour went by, and Andre started to act in a funny way. He began laughing at any little comment. Then Cole started to do the same thing. I then realized the gummy was beginning to strike them. Cole grabbed his AirPods, kicking off his own little rock concert in his head. Meanwhile, Andre connected to our speaker that we have at the cabin and started to dance around to Sweet Caroline. I guess Lucas was more tolerant to these gummies because he looked about as sober as I was. I always thought that when you get high, you just turn into a lazy bum, just sitting there deep in your own thoughts. But I didn't question it. I just sat there on the couch. Around 2 to 3 hours passed by, and the energy began to die down in the cabin. By then, it was about 2 a.m. Cole went into the bedroom on the right, Lucas passed out right on the couch, and Andre said he was going to go out into his car so he could listen to some music. So out he went, and I went on to the other bedroom. I turned the light on. I lay in bed, trying to get some sleep. Before long, I heard something. There was a tapping noise at the window on the wall in the middle of the room. I mustered up some courage to sit up and take a look. But when I did, I saw nothing there. But I continued to hear the tapping. I sat there waiting for something to come into view of the window, but nothing came out. And soon, the tapping noises went away. I gave a sigh and tried to go back to sleep. Out of nowhere, my phone started to ring. Who calls someone at this time of night? I thought. I picked up my phone and saw it was my dad calling. I answered with a tired, "Hello?" "Hey, Sport. I saw on the trail cameras you guys are down at the cabin. Just want to let you know I might come down in the morning to do some hunting. Could you get my bow ready?" "Sure, I can do that. Bye, Dad," I said. I got up and got his bow ready as requested. For some reason, it was on the other bunk bed on the other side of the room. So I just got up and got it ready for him, sorting his arrows and such. Then I remembered Andre was still out in his car listening to music. I called him, telling him to come back inside. I didn't want my dad to come down here in the morning to find him in his car hungover. Andre agreed and said he'd be in soon. I went back to bed, and around 5 minutes later, I heard the doorknob jiggle. It startled me at first, but then I remembered the door locks automatically. It was probably just Andre wanting to come inside. So I walked over to the door, and I was about to unlock it. But then I looked out the front door window, and I was frozen at what I saw. Right in front of the door, I saw this tall figure. And I mean so tall, its shoulders were as high as the top of the doorframe. Its skin was so gray and taut, it looked like clay. It looked like this thing had not eaten in months. I could almost see its ribs poking through. Then this thing, whatever it was, lowered its head to where I could see its face. And oh boy, this thing's face was pure nightmare fuel. Its eyes were black and had holes where skin should have belonged, and it had layers of teeth all jagged and pointy. The thing then spoke to me. "Let me in." But what was really terrifying and confusing was the way its voice sounded almost exactly like Andre. I knew I couldn't let it in. Who knows where Andre actually was with that thing out there? I broke out of my trance and quickly remembered my dad's 12 gauge. It was in the other bedroom, and there were shotgun shells on the table in the living room. When I started to run to the bedroom, I guess Lucas heard me and woke up. He looked up and saw the beast behind the door.
What is that?
Lucas screamed as he jumped into the air. When the creature saw Lucas, it started to jiggle the doorknob so hard I thought it was going to fall out. I ran from the bedroom with the shotgun. Then I picked up the shells from the table, inserting them into the gun. I've grown up around guns pretty much my whole life, so when I fired towards the beast, I was almost entirely sure they hit. There was a thud, a terrifying scream, which sounded like that of a fox somehow. Afterwards, a figure began to run away from the cabin, down the hill, disappearing into the cornfield. Another creepy aspect to this was the way it ran, the speed it was capable of. It had to be at least 250 yards from the cabin to the cornfield, and that thing was there in only a few seconds. After seeing that, I dragged Cole's woozy butt out of the cabin, Lucas following behind us. We ran over to Cole's car and opened the door. There was Andre sleeping in the driver's seat. Since we couldn't really move Andre, instead we just hopped in and took off back to Cole's house. After this experience, I have not been back to my family's cabin. Creature in South Dakota. From J=Lou 314. In 2019, I was 20 years old. I was in my final semester of college. I was attending a university in the southeastern part of South Dakota. Originally, I was born and grew up in the greater St. Louis area in Missouri, 8 hours away from my university. During my time in South Dakota, I met many people of different backgrounds and cultures, especially Native Americans from the Sioux tribe. During many late-night conversations at the library, we would talk about the mythologies of their culture, like the Thunderbird and Sasquatch. As a child, I was obsessed with researching cryptids and watching shows like Monster Quest and Mountain Monsters. However, as I grew up, I began to disregard my past beliefs. I became more skeptical of stories I'd believed in my youth. When I would speak with my Sioux classmates about their culture and beliefs, it was more of an intellectual curiosity, I have to admit. However, some of their stories would show up in my nightmares. Stories about beings which could shapeshift and mimic your friends and family. That's enough to make anyone terrified, in my opinion. In the middle of my final semester of school, my girlfriend had broke up with me, and to be honest, it had been affecting my mental health and my schoolwork. She was my first real relationship, and the thought of now being alone was something I'd never had to deal with before in my life. My two friends/roommates, Sean and Tyler, both noticed this, and at first they gave me some space. However, 2 days turned into 2 weeks, and they became increasingly worried for me. One night at around 10 p.m., I was watching some television, drinking a Bang energy drink. Suddenly, Sean knocked on my door so loud, the Star Blast flavored liquid spilled out onto the carpet. Sean opened the door up and, with a grin, exclaimed, "Come on, bro, we're going hunting." Sean was a self-described ladies' man from the West Coast. He was about 6'5", believe it or not, built like a former offensive lineman, which made sense because that's how we met. Sean, Tyler, and I were all former offensive linemen who came to play for the school we were currently attending. I'd gotten injured the year prior and decided to call my football career quits. Sean and Tyler both quit as well for personal reasons that I won't get into here. Over the years, Sean and I went from reluctant teammates to close friends. Tyler was closer to Sean than me, however, we got along quite well. Tyler was from Nebraska, was about my height, 6'2", and was about 285 pounds of pure muscle. He was the country boy of our trio, and there wouldn't be a moment you couldn't catch him without chewing tobacco in his mouth or a cheap beer in his hand. I knew Tyler had gone hunting with Sean before. However, I was never the hunting type. I'd been too busy sulking in my room lately to muster up the courage to ask if I could tag along. I looked up at Sean, saying, "I don't know, man. Think I'm just gonna take it easy." He looked at me and replied, "Justin, listen, I'm sorry about your breakup, but you gotta stop feeling sorry for yourself. Get back out there again. Come on, dude, just go out with us." Sean's words bounced around my mind for a few moments. I looked down at the energy drink-stained floor for another moment. I knew if I said no, I would only torture myself for the rest of the night, eating cheap gas station pizza and staring at my ex's social media. So I looked back up at Sean. Screw it, let's go. Tyler was already sitting in the driver's seat of his truck as Sean and I shut the front door of our apartment and locked it. Tyler rolled the window down and called out, "Oh my God, he's alive." Sean chuckled and I forced a smile. "Ha ha, very funny, Tyler." Sean jumped in the passenger seat of the truck. I was stuck in the back. Next to me was a nearly full 30-pack of cheap beer. Tyler asked me to grab him one and I obliged. I know, not the smartest thing to do. For the next 2 hours, we drank and drove around the back roads of South Dakota, riding around dirt trails that seemed to go on forever, surrounded by the endless plains covered in darkness. The only light for miles was the headlights of Tyler's truck. At one point along the way, Sean and Tyler got out of the truck at neck-break speed, and I followed closely. Suddenly, there was a bang. And several moments later, Tyler walked over to the side of the road, bent over, and picked up the dead raccoon he'd shot by the tail and turned back to us with a cheesy grin. This repeated a couple more times before the incident. At one point, Tyler looked at Sean and I, asking if we needed to go pee, at which point we both raised our hands, like Tyler was some elementary school teacher. He rolled his eyes, then began to slow his truck down to a stop in the middle of the dirt road we were on. On the right side of the truck, there were about 20 yards of grass, then dozens of trees beyond it, seemingly spread farther out than we could make out. On the left side of the truck were the continuous Great Plains. We'd all gotten out of the truck to relieve ourselves. Since there was no one in sight for miles, we stayed on the dirt road next to the running truck. As I finished and zipped up my pants, I looked over toward the tree line. I was startled. There were 2 glowing yellow orbs in the trees, only about 20 yards away. Thinking that the beer had caught up with me, I rubbed my eyes good and hard and opened them again. But the yellow orbs were still there in the tree. They were about 20 or 25 feet up off the ground. Thinking that I'd found another raccoon, I looked at Tyler and yelled for him to come over here. He walked on over to me, and I told him what I saw and pointed it out. Tyler looked at the tree line, then back to me. He shook his head. "Bro, you should get your eyes checked. There's nothing over there." I looked back at the tree line and he was right. The yellow orbs were gone. Thinking it must have been the booze, I shrugged it off and turned around to walk back to the truck. As I turned around, I heard movement from the trees where I had just been looking. All of a sudden, boom! I felt the ground shake, like something had fallen out of the tree that we were looking at. I turned to look at the trees again, and I saw those same yellow orbs several feet below where they were before. Now they were about 8 to 9 feet off the ground. I strained my eyes to see if I could make out more details, but nothing. Just pure darkness, except for those yellow orbs that I knew to be eyes. I couldn't move. I was so scared. I'd seen a million movies and TV shows where the characters are frozen with fear, but that saying doesn't really do it justice. I had to remind myself to even breathe. I could hear my own heart beating more and more rapidly as time went on. I dared not look back to check on Sean and Tyler, in fear that turning away from this creature would cause it to rush towards me and destroy me. Then I felt a hand on my shoulder. I nearly jumped right out of my own body. It was Tyler, calmly but firmly saying, "We need to make a dash to the truck. If not, we're gonna die." I nodded my head. "On the count of 3, he said. 1, 2. Tyler never got to 3, because as soon as he said 2, we heard the most terrifying, awful sound I could have ever imagined from the figure cloaked in the darkness. It was like hatred and evil and danger pouring out in the form of a roar. The sound was high-pitched, but somehow also deep at the same time. Whatever was making this noise had to have impossibly large lungs. Feeling and logic shocked back into my body, Tyler and I turned and ran to the truck. I could see Sean frantically fiddling with the front passenger side door, eventually opening it and jumping inside. Sean also opened the rear passenger side door of the truck for us. As I ran to the truck, I could hear loud breathing and footsteps catching up to us. I ushered all my energy into running faster than I ever had before. I basically dolphin dived into the back of the truck while Tyler jumped into the driver's seat, putting the truck into gear and slamming on the gas. As we lurched forward, I looked back at the dust the truck had kicked up, and all I saw in that immense darkness were the 2 glowing eyes. They were staring at us as we sped back to our apartment. Eventually, Tyler pulled into our driveway, and the 3 of us piled out of the truck as quickly as we could. I pulled out the keys, and we all nearly fell into the living room as I opened the front door. Once we'd settled down and began to sip on some coffee, which Sean had made, we began to tell each other our respective sides of what we'd seen. Sean had only heard the roar, not much of anything else. As I told my story, Sean gave me a puzzled look. However, Tyler backed me up, saying that they saw the same thing as I did once he heard the large crash from the tree. Dazed, confused, and exhausted from the night, we all passed out shortly after. In the morning, I woke up with a slight headache and walked into the kitchen. Tyler was already there eating breakfast. I grabbed a protein bar and began to chew away with him in silence. Eventually, I looked at him and asked, "Tyler, what the heck was that?" He stopped eating and looked at me with a look that said he'd seen things like that before. "Well, I don't know. All I know is it wasn't human, and it wasn't like anything I've ever hunted." After I graduated, I moved back to the St. Louis area. Over the years, I lost touch with Tyler and Sean. Last I heard, Sean went back to the West Coast, and Tyler went back to Nebraska. I'm now 25, engaged, and have a pretty nice job in law enforcement. Most days have been good, but every now and then when I'm driving at night alone, I think about the encounter I had all those years ago, and I thank my lucky stars I got away alive. Over these years, I began to do some research on other cryptids, like I did when I was a kid. I can only narrow it down to either maybe Bigfoot or possibly a skinwalker. Either way, those eyes will remain in my soul as long as I live. Dear Mr. Creature in South Dakota, let's not meet again. The Thing in the Yard, from Silver Bullet 54. My cousin Jack, from Florida, had a house in college that I spent some time at when he was moving things around to a closer house so he could commute to campus once the semester started. He had me keep an eye on the property every night because he said that there was something out there. I didn't really believe him, but he also wasn't a liar, so I wasn't really sure what to think or expect. I figured that if he was that spooked, it might be dangerous. Turns out, he was right. One night, when I was using a flashlight to check the backyard, I saw something strange standing near the tree line. It was tall, bluish-white, and probably about 100 yards away from me. I put down the light to see if it was just a reflection, but it was still there. I turned around slowly and went back inside, telling Jack what I saw. He said he'd seen the same thing, and that was what he needed me to keep an eye out for. When I asked what it was, he told me it never got close enough for him to get a better look. It was like it wanted to be seen, but not too close. I suggested maybe a poltergeist, but he shook his head, telling me it couldn't be, because it never made any noise. The next night, I was sleeping until I heard suddenly 4 dogs barking and howling. Both Jack and I jumped out of our beds, almost colliding with each other in the middle of the hallway. We managed to stop in time to avoid a crash. Then we rushed outside. The two of us froze, and our mouths were wide open. His backyard now had 3 shimmering creatures that were like the one Jack and I had seen before. He just stared, and I made a small choking sound. We were just that terrified. The barking suddenly stopped, and these creatures glided, yes, glided, back into the trees, vanishing. Jack was just silent for a few minutes. Then he asked what I thought. I just shook my head and couldn't really answer. After Jack moved out, I spent one more day at the house. As I was cooking dinner, I heard a sound outside and peeked out. The backyard was empty, except for a pale bluish-white figure. It was pacing around. I turned off the oven and ran out the front door, jumping in my car and tearing out of there. I still have no idea what it was, but some sort of skinwalker seems like the most likely explanation. But why did I see 3 on one night and 1 on the other? And what was that last one doing out there during the day? Walker Lake Wendigo, from Northern Pacific. What I'm going to share with you is one of the creepiest, gut-wrenching encounters I've had in my entire life. 2 friends of mine, Joshua and Ethan, and I, were residing in tents for a couple of nights. We were going on our seasonal duck hunting trip at Walker Lake. It was November of 2017. At the time, we weren't very experienced in that area. It was our first trip to Walker Lake for hunting purposes together as a group. The only friend somewhat familiar with the place was Ethan, who had previously hunted north of Walker River for small game such as rabbits and coyotes. All of us were well equipped, however, with all of our hunting equipment as well as 3 tents and food. Now that brings me to the first incident. At about 4 a.m. on the first morning there, I believe it was a Saturday, I was the first to wake up. I decided to leave my tent and go take a leak. I walked on over to some nearby brush, and in front of me was the lake itself. It was still very dark at the time, and the sun would not show until hours later. While I was using the restroom, I looked around to scout what I could with the little vision I had in the dark. And near the shore, about 70 yards to my left, I could make out a figure. This figure was hunched over, looking at the ground in front of the water. I'd just about finished my business, so I zipped up my jeans and ran back to the tents to alert the other guys of potentially another hunter being in the area. I woke Joshua from his slumber, but Ethan was out like a light. So I told Joshua about the figure I saw. The 2 of us looked over the brush and saw the figure still, this time standing completely straight. We couldn't tell if the figure was facing us, though, or if it was facing the lake. It was still just too dark. As soon as Ethan awoke and started walking towards us, the figure dropped on all 4s, beginning to move over brush in its way, making its way closer to us. Joshua and I got down, beginning to whisper to Ethan to do the same. Not sure what we said, though. Ethan just kept walking towards us, loud and confused. Then he looked over to where we were pointing. Now, from what Ethan told me later on after the trip, he apparently saw a figure with a very deformed and malnourished face. Nothing like a bear or a coyote. Ethan didn't say a word. He instead booked it back to the truck, leaving us behind. This left Joshua and I in an awkward situation, because Ethan got a head start on us, and this creature was still approaching us. Better yet, seeing how scared Ethan had been, had only paralyzed us. We stayed in our position, just waiting and listening. A few minutes later, we began to hear hard, steady footsteps. They must have been coming about 30 yards from us, walking towards the camp. Joshua and I slowly began to move our way behind the brush facing the creature, so we'd remain unseen. I did peek my head around the brush to take a look, and there it was, a very hairy, large-looking dog or deer. It was facing away from us, staring at our campsite. Joshua then almost gave us away, beginning to whisper profanities, but I hushed him quickly. I stared at the thing for quite some time, waiting for it to go away. Then suddenly, the creature stood up and ran as fast as a coyote back towards the lake. Joshua and I just stayed there for what felt like hours, too afraid to move. We waited until the sun rose. We got through one day of hunting until we called our trip off early, due to the events that had occurred. None of us were really able to focus on hunting. I think our little group was just too creeped out. In fact, Ethan didn't want to hunt at all anymore. To this day, Ethan still has instances where he gets spooked or scared by the littlest things, which he claims is due to the face he saw on that creature. Whatever it was bad enough to put him on edge for a very long time. We haven't been back to those hunting grounds since, as we believe they're claimed by that thing. Wendigo encounter in Maine. From Duke of Capri-Sun. I was born and raised in Maine. I'm of Penobscot and Abenaki descent. The story I'm about to tell you took place in the town of Farmington, Maine, along the Sandy River. While at college in Farmington, my friends and I would go down to the banks of the Sandy River to smoke, drink, and start some small campfires. One night, we decided to do just that. So I went down to the laundry room and collected lint from the dryers to aid as a fire starter. I knew we would struggle to light the fire, as it had snowed recently, and most of the kindling in the woods would be too wet to light. Additionally, I was always given the task of lighting the fires when we had them, as everyone else always struggled, and I could light it in moments. Once we gathered everything together that we needed, we all headed down to our usual spot, overlooking the river, and we started to collect firewood. The moment we got down to the overlook, I was instantly feeling unsettled, like I was being watched from every possible direction. I took note of this feeling and decided to keep an eye out for anything else that might be unusual. In general, I'm very trusting of my gut instincts, as they're usually right. While everyone else was collecting firewood, I knelt down and started to try to light the lint in the ring of stones we always used. Suddenly, the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end, and below me, along the frozen beach, I heard footsteps. They sounded heavy, like what a moose or a cow would sound like, trudging through crunchy snow. I asked my friend Ian, "Did you hear that?" He just looked at me, confused. He shook his head no. But I couldn't just shake it off like that. I knew something was wrong. Then the smell hit me. It was sickly sweet and was overlaid with the scent of dead flesh, like a dead raccoon in a hot dumpster full of rotten apples. I looked around, trying to determine if anyone else was smelling it. Then, something said my name in a voice that sounded almost like a combination of radio static and tinfoil being crinkled up. In a split second, I put everything together. The uneasy feeling of being watched, the unidentified footsteps, the smell of rotten fruit and death, and the voice calling my name. I'd been told stories of wendigos my entire life. My grandfather always cautioned me about them, but I was never sure whether I believed it or not. The moment I realized what was going on, I closed my eyes and pressed my face into the snow in front of me. I could hear my friends asking me if I was okay, but they sounded like they were shouting down a long hallway. Then the voice spoke again. "Look at me." It almost sounded like my grandfather, but I knew better than to respond to it. I lay down in the snow, my eyes shut tight until the footsteps and the smell disappeared. Finally, I sat up and looked around slowly, keeping my eyes on the ground until I saw my friends circling me. I could finally hear them calling me. "We need to leave. Right now," I said. I guess I sounded sure enough. They didn't even question me. We walked in silence back to the dorms. Once we were back inside, Ian pulled me aside and asked what happened. Now, I didn't want to attract the potential Wendigo to follow me, so I said I felt like something was watching us, that I was afraid something bad was about to happen. I didn't tell anyone about that encounter until I moved to another town. None of my friends ever heard or smelled anything themselves, so I think it targeted me because it knew that I knew what it was. Southern Wendigo. From Anonymous. It happened back in 2019. I live in the countryside of Alabama. I was going camping with my girlfriend, Jen, and my best friend Travis, along with his girlfriend Sadie. We were all in our early 20s, fresh out of college. To celebrate, we went on this trip. We packed our usual things: food, camping gear, and a speaker. No drugs or alcohol. Travis and I even brought along our shotguns for protection. My dad told us of a good spot we could go to, so we listened. Before long, we picked up the girls and headed out to our destination. We cracked jokes, just trying to make each other laugh. Eventually, we arrived. I had to say the spot was beautiful, and it seemed we would have it to ourselves. We unpacked all the stuff and set up camp. When we were done, I tried to start a fire. "When'd you learn how to do that?" Travis asked. "Well, my dad taught me. You can learn a lot from a man who had wilderness experience." True. I eventually got the fire going and all was well. The girls asked if we wanted to go swimming. We were down for it. We got in the water and had some fun. Later that evening, Amber and I got out and decided to go for a walk. As we were walking, I began to feel like someone was watching us. And at the same time, the sound of the wind died down. Amber asked, "You okay?" "Yeah, but I just feel like we're not alone out here anymore." She playfully hit my shoulder. "You're just being paranoid." "Maybe," I replied. We began to walk back to camp, but that odd feeling clung to me. When we made it back, Travis and Sadie had finished up swimming. It was getting late, so I made some dinner, followed by us singing some country songs. Then, for a long while, we sat there, talking and roasting marshmallows. Travis then told us something. "You know, this reminds me of a particular time my dad went hunting out here. When he came home one day, he looked like he'd seen a ghost. He said that he had heard voices and saw something in the woods." "What was it?" Sadie asked. "Well, I don't know. He described it as looking like a man with very long arms who looked like he hadn't eaten in months. But he also said the thing had claws for fingers and antlers atop its head. Amber chimed in. Sounds like yet another boogeyman story. Travis responded. I wouldn't go that far. He said he really saw it in these very woods. Whatever, I said. Maybe your old man's just trying to scare us so we don't hang out around here. Even if he did see something, then I'll believe it when I see it. Well, don't say I didn't warn you. Sadie excused herself to go to the bathroom then. Travis joked, Watch out for that thing, babe. Very funny, she said back. Then it was just the three of us. We sat there in the quiet. Suddenly, that feeling from before grew stronger. In fact, Travis and Amber began to feel it too. All at once, the noises around the campfire went silent, and a voice came from the dark. Over here. We all turned in the direction of the voice. It sounded like a woman in pain, like Sadie's voice. Please help. I'm in pain. Sadie? Travis called. You better not be messing around. Then we heard Sadie coming out of the darkness. What? She asked. We were shocked. She came from an entirely different direction from where we'd heard her, and she looked fine. My God, Sadie, you scared me. Real funny, babe. What are you talking about, Travis? I was just over here the whole time. We heard the voice again. This time, it stopped sounding like Sadie. Help me. We all looked at each other. We were not alone out here. That was certain. Then, 2 pairs of footsteps began to walk around our camp, and there came a low growl. Travis and I grabbed the shotguns, telling the girls to get behind us. Whoever's out there, I said, you'd better leave. We're armed. The footsteps suddenly stopped. Travis grabbed the flare gun. He fired it, illuminating the entire forest. We saw it then. This thing was unlike anything we'd ever seen. Not a normal animal, not a person. In fact, it looked a whole lot like what his dad had described. It began to screech, like it couldn't handle the light from the flare, or possibly it had been startled by it. Run! I yelled. The girls did just that. Travis and I soon followed. Amber tripped on a root. I slowed down to help her. Obviously, I couldn't just leave her behind. I helped her up and told her to run. In that instant, there was a pain in my chest, sharp and burning. I yelled out in pain, firing the shotgun almost instinctively in the direction of the attack. I pushed forward, running as fast as I could. I made it back to the truck, everyone else yelling at me to get in. I did, and Travis began to drive. I could hear that thing out there screaming and running around in the dark. But as we drove, I stopped hearing it, and I think it gave up. I think I passed out then. My memory's a bit hazy after that. Maybe I was going in and out of consciousness. One moment it was dark, and the next I saw traffic lights, and at last, hospital lights. When I fully came to, I was in a hospital room. I saw Travis and Sadie sleeping to my left, and to the right was Amber. Thank God you're okay, she said. Of course I am. My chest hurt. Whoa there, Amber said. Travis and Sadie were waking up. Glad you're still with us, Travis said. What happened? He explained. I'm pretty sure that thing left you with 3 claw marks on your chest. You were bleeding pretty bad. We drove straight to the hospital. Well then, I commented. If it makes you feel better, Amber said, I think scars can be cute. All right then, thanks. I owe all of you. Don't mention it, Travis replied. Well, thank you for not leaving me behind with that thing, Amber said. Our parents were called, and 4 weeks later, I was recovering quite well from my injuries. Years after this, Travis and Sadie got married, and not long after, Amber and I did the same, and we have a baby on the way. I'll remember that night for the rest of my life. I look back at it, and I think maybe we encountered this supposed Wendigo. I'm just glad to be alive. Did I see a Wendigo or a skinwalker? From Frank, MFEB13. I moved to Pennsylvania in August 2002. I was 11 years old. Before that, my family and I had lived in Long Island. Where we moved to was a very rural part of Pennsylvania that was close to the New York-New Jersey border. I'm not a person who really believes in paranormal activity, or cryptids, or anything of the sort, to be honest. But there is one occasion that I cannot get out of my mind, especially as of late. Probably because I've been listening to a lot of Wendigo, Skinwalker, and other cryptid stories. They happen to remind me of the time we had just moved to Pennsylvania. It couldn't have been any more than a couple of months of us living in our new home. The place we moved to was a trailer. It sat on its own plot of land. We didn't live in a trailer park. It was a one-story structure. My brothers and I shared a bedroom, which was at one end of the trailer, while my parents' room was at the other end. One day I was sitting in my room watching TV, or maybe playing video games. Can't really remember. It's been over 20 years. But I do know for sure it was at least 9 p.m., as I remember it was dark out. I was sitting there minding my own business like any 11-year-old kid, and I heard a knock at my bedroom window. I opened up the blind to the window to see who was knocking at it, and what I saw when I looked out shocked me. There were these yellow glowing eyes staring at me from the dark outside. I can't remember if I bothered to close the blinds or not, but I got up and left the room, sleeping in the living room that night. I told my mom about the experience the next day, and she said it must have been the neighbor's cat. That made no sense to me. What I saw was way too big to be a cat, and I'm pretty sure cats don't knock on bedroom windows. There were also no tree branches or anything that was close to our home that could have caused that knocking noise. Nothing for any smaller animal to stand on to gain that much height. So whatever it was human height to reach the window, and had yellow reflecting eyes, and was interested enough to knock on the window to get my attention. This still bugs me to this very day, and if anyone knows what I might have seen, I'd love to hear it. The Thing Crawling in the Hallway. From Quinn D.G. This is my sister's story. You can call me Devin, and my twin sister's name is Sasha. We live in Michigan, and we've lived in the house this occurred at our entire lives. We've always believed in the paranormal. Ever since we were little, we experienced things that just couldn't be easily explained away. Overall, it's not been anything bad or evil. But around when my sister was 10 or 11, she started to see things. She would describe them as people coming to her distressed. I remember her often talking about a man who didn't speak much English, frequently coming to her, sometimes nightly, looking for his son. Some others were spooky, maybe a bit malevolent, but nothing that's been terribly scary enough to cause her to be afraid to sleep in her own room. If things get too bad, typically we will sage the house after she has an encounter like that, and it'll be good for a few months. But this happened one night. My dad and I stay up later than anyone else, usually past midnight. My sister will usually go to bed around 10 and 11, just as she did that night. I was doing some art homework when my dad got a text. He quickly got up and went to the back of the house. I didn't think much of it. Sometimes Sasha will ask for something to be brought to her, like a Band-Aid. Eventually, my dad came back and didn't say a word, so I brushed it off. When I went to bed, I noticed my sister was sleeping in my parents' room. Also not very uncommon, so I sort of just rolled my eyes and moved on. I never got any bad vibes or weird feelings at any point, which is usually my sign that there's something around, and that something might not be friendly. This morning, as I'm getting ready to head to a job interview, my dad mentions to me that he needs to sage the house. I asked him why, and he hesitated before telling me, but he said that my sister saw something. I asked her about this too, but she said that it was dark, so she didn't make out many details. This is what she described. There was a man, or something that looked like a man, a bit shorter than me, and I was 5'2". It or he was crawling back and forth between the end of the hallway and the bathroom. Sasha's room is very close to the bathroom, so she had a clear view of what was happening. This creature thing would occasionally stick its head in her doorway and look at her. This really gave me the creeps, as I hate the idea of paranormal things that crawl and most humanoid creatures. She didn't recognize the man, couldn't pick out any features, but said that he was dark in color. She said that it might have been human, but she couldn't tell. Now, I know it wasn't our dog. She was in the living room with my dad and I. She wasn't big enough to look like more than a 3-foot-tall person when standing vertically, so nowhere near 5 feet like that figure had been. Like I said, it's not uncommon for us to hear and see things in this house. We even see my dad's late father, who hangs around sometimes, though we see him a bit less since 2018. We've seen our old dog and old cat, who passed in 2014 and 2016 respectively. Sometimes from my room, I can hear the sound of my dad typing on his keyboard at night, even though no one's there. And Sasha's room has been a hotspot for activity for a very long time. Recently, she's been talking about hearing someone walking around the side of the house where her room is. My dad has gone to check it out, and the only prints in the snow have been his own. Lots of freaky, unexplained stuff. Honestly, I never thought I'd have my own experience to share. Sure, I'm around these paranormal things a lot, but it's not common that I'm scared of them. But this experience with my sister seeing the crawling figure, I just don't know how to explain it. My sister and I are 17, almost 18 at this point. We don't have any younger siblings who could have done this. At the time, we had one dog, a pit bull, and she was light in color, not at all dark like that crawling thing. I'm wondering if it's some kind of ghost or spirit, a manifestation, or something entirely different. Theories are welcome, but I mostly just wanted to get this story out there. It's something that's always on my mind. Gotta give Sasha huge props for not screaming or yelling. I doubt we'll see that thing again, but I have so many questions. Demon pretending to be a skinwalker or a Wendigo. From Country Mama 87. For safety purposes, I'll be changing our names and the names of certain locations. You can call me Bree. My husband is Cal, and my mother-in-law is Bon. We live in Anderson, South Carolina. When my husband and I got together a little over a year ago, he had his own place, and his house is surrounded by trees. On the weekends, my kids and I would stay at his house. We used it as a vacation spot, since he now lives with me. It's important to note that his mama's house, Bon's place, is right next door to his. The driveways even connect. When we first got together, Bon warned me not to let my kids to go onto the woodline unsupervised. She began to explain that she was in her own yard one day when she saw a large, solid black cat run right in front of her and back into the woods. She described the thing as larger than a Labrador retriever, easily cougar-sized. I believed her story. Now, the Department of Natural Resources will not tell you this, but South Carolina does have mountain lions. I've caught a picture of one on my trail cam before. However, I'd never heard of a black one in South Carolina before. At the time, I was thinking maybe it was melanism, which is the opposite of albinism. The biggest cat species that DNR will admit exists here are bobcats. She said this was definitely a cat, though. One day, I asked my husband to take me deer hunting on the property behind his house. He was equally as bored as I was that day, so we left the kids with Bon and armed ourselves with his rifles. We walked down the trail that led us to the back corner of his property line. I slumped up against a tree while my husband sat on a log. Everything was normal, peaceful. After a while of not seeing any animals, not even a rabbit, we decided to walk on some more. Cal said to me, "Hey, want to go see the old Indian burial ground located on the property?" Right away I was intrigued and replied, "Yeah, I'd love to." I should say now that I'm a Christian and I believe in demons. However, I never did believe in cryptids and the like. I absolutely love listening to scary stories and cryptid stories, though. Those stories are the butter to my biscuits, so I was well versed on the habits of such mythical creatures individually. Well, Cal and I walked down the path to the middle of the back of his property. At this point, he turned to me and he said, "Okay, we have to walk through the woods now." So I said, "Okay, let's go, babe. I'm right behind you." I was so anxious to see this burial ground he had told me about. As we continued to walk, I asked him which tribes had lived here. Unfortunately, he said he had no clue. We walked about, I'd say, a football field in length through the woods, until we finally came to a stop, and he said, "We're here." I looked around, and I didn't see anything peculiar right off the bat. He then said, "Look down." I listened, and I then realized I was standing amongst quite a few flat rocks that were sporadically strewn amongst the forest floor in no particular pattern. Some were flat with the ground, others were pushed to the surface, like the earth had pushed them upwards over time. I almost shouted, "Whoa, that's so cool, Cal." I didn't feel weird or anything like that while being there, and the woods were still making their usual sounds. He told me he was going to cross the fence to walk up the stream that was nearby. Funny or unfunny enough, that stream is called Devil Fork Creek. Thinking back on this now, that creek name gives me the creeps. Devil Fork Creek is a stream located just 7.3 miles from Homeland Park in Anderson County. My husband said the water was being blocked off from the stream, possibly done illegally by a neighbor, so he wanted to go check it out. He offered for me to cross the fence with him, but I declined. I have asthma and I needed some rest. He said he'd be right back, so he took off over the fence, then disappeared into the woods following the stream. I leaned my rifle against the tree and decided to keep looking at these gravestones. About 5 minutes in, I started to get this weird feeling. I knew this feeling well. I'd felt it before. My own house had felt like this a few years before meeting my husband, when I believed an evil spirit had decided to take up residence in my home, and I had to get my dad to pray in my home and anoint it. That luckily got rid of it. So I knew what I was dealing with here. It felt like a demon. The unexplainable gut-wrenching fear I felt in those woods matched the fear I once felt in my home. I didn't know what else to do, so I picked up my rifle and aimed it into the woods, keeping my finger a safe distance from the trigger, but still ready to pull. My skin tingled, my heart pounded. I tried to keep my cool. Suddenly, I heard a voice behind me calling my name. I spun around, but I didn't see a thing. My ears, however, were ringing slightly. The fear I felt was so thick, you could probably cut it with a knife. I heard my name called again, but it came from behind me this time, so I spun around, still seeing nothing. I contemplated leaving then, going back to the house without my husband in tow. Ultimately, I decided against this because I had told him I'd stay put, and I did not want him to show up looking for me and getting worried. I heard my name called once again. It kept flipping back and forth, behind me, in front of me, behind me, then in front of me, seemingly in an endless loop. One sounded, I swear, like my husband's voice, but it was coming from the opposite direction he'd gone in the woods, and it sounded closer than he should be. I raised my rifle and shouted, "Cal, I'm right here." I then heard my husband call my name again, so I responded, "I'm right here." I heard something call my name again. It came from behind me but sounded distorted. This one sounded far away though. I spun around and I began to hear twigs snapping. I held up my gun towards the direction to see my husband walking towards me. I released a big sigh. I realized then I'd been holding my breath for quite a while. I dropped the rifle to my side, instantly relieved to see him. I asked him why he came out on the opposite end. He said, "It's the craziest thing. I got lost. I don't know how because I was following the stream, and when I turned around to come back, I ended up here. I've lived here my whole life. I've never once gotten lost on my property. I was scared. I couldn't find you." I replied to him, "Babe, I swear I never left this spot. I was waiting for you. I got scared too. I heard my name being called, but in different directions." He shrugged it off and said, "That's weird." The fear I'd felt before went away, and I never heard my name being called again. The woods went back to feeling peaceful and safe. We walked back home, and nothing was out of the ordinary. I actually didn't even tell him the full experience I had until months later. By then, like I thought, he didn't believe me, and thought I was just being paranoid. Only a day or two after my initial experience, Cal was in his garage alone at night, boogering around with tools as he likes to call it. I was inside the house cleaning the kitchen. Suddenly, he came rushing through the front door. His face had lost a significant amount of color. I asked him, "Cal, are you okay?" Yeah, Bree, I'm fine, just got the heck scared out of me is all. I was walking back to the house from the garage, and I heard the most terrifying scream coming from the woods behind me. I've lived here my whole life, and I've never heard such a thing before. Not here." I asked, "Do you think it was that big black cat your mama saw? Those big cats have the most awful screams, you know." "That was no mountain lion," he said rather loudly. "Okay, well, stay inside now. I don't want you going back out there after that." He wholeheartedly agreed with me to stay put indoors for the remainder of the night. A few nights that week, while lying in bed, I swear I heard something big walking on our roof, and I felt that same fear again. At the time, my husband was sleeping peacefully, and I didn't want to wake him up. After all, if it really was a demon, there would have been nothing he could do about the situation. And if it were a mountain lion, I definitely didn't want him going outside to look and possibly get mauled to death. Let me get this straight. I'm a country girl that does not get spooked easily by outside noises. These noises, however, were accompanied by the feeling of pure dread. So I just lay there these several occasions until sleep finally took me. Just recently, I witnessed a shadow figure in the bedroom doorway. It was tall, taller than the doorway. I remember lying there in bed terrified. After a few seconds, it moved to the left out of sight and was gone. Right away, I rose from bed and shut the bedroom door. I've heard of the Hat Man before, but this being was not wearing a hat by the look of his silhouette. But I couldn't really make out any features. At this point, after all these strange happenings, I believe what we might be dealing with on his property is a demon pretending to be a skinwalker. if anything else happens, I'll have to ask my dad to come pray over my husband's house as well. I think we can all agree it's never a good feeling to feel unsafe on your own property, much less feel unsafe in your own home from unknown forces. I hope it gets bored with us and moves along soon. I'm curious to know if anyone else has had these experiences, especially if you're close to this area, or if anyone knows which tribes may have lived here at one point and buried their loved ones here. The last thing I'll say is don't go into the woods of Anderson, South Carolina alone, because it might be the last thing you do. Wendigo at the Cabin. From Necrotized X. When I was a young adult, my parents bought a beautiful cabin where they ended up spending every summer. From mid-spring to late fall, they would stay at this cabin, returning home only for the winter, since the cabin wasn't winterized. Their cabin is located in New Hampshire, on a road that borders Crystal Lake. Being big fans of horror, my wife and I always joked about the lake's eerie name. At 37 years old, I have a wonderful life, with my beautiful wife of 14 years and our 5 kids. However, years ago, something happened that shook me to my core. For context, I am a Satanist. No, we don't engage in the crazy rituals you see in horror movies. I love my family, enjoy scary movies. I'm an avid gamer, and I believe in the paranormal and cryptids. Though I've experienced minor paranormal events, nothing substantial ever happened to me, until one incident at the cabin. Occasionally, my wife and I would arrange with my parents to stay at the cabin, while they returned to their primary residence. This cabin is close enough to my workplace that I don't need to schedule time off. The last time this happened, we had only 2 kids. My son was around 9 or 10, and my daughter was around 4 or 5. We packed up and went over to the cabin, a place we truly adore for its sheer beauty. One night, probably around midweek, we had just finished dinner, and we were getting the kids ready for bed, a task easier said than done with young children. My daughter was her usual spirited self, and we were trying to get her to settle down for the night. The cabin has 2 bedrooms. We were in the master, and the kids were in the guest room, which has 2 beds. Our son at the moment was in the kitchen getting a drink, and my daughter had just scampered away from me, giggling, as I tried to tuck her into bed. The windows in the guest room were open, letting in the cooling evening air, when suddenly I heard my daughter's voice say, "Daddy," from outside the window. The voice sounded distorted and electronic, as if it had come from a small Bluetooth speaker and not from my daughter herself. Instantly, my body grew cold with concern. The backyard outside those windows extends about 15 feet before turning into a wooded area. Knowing lore about wendigos, creatures said to mimic voices to lure victims into the forest, I feared the worst. There was no way my daughter could have reached that spot outside in that short of a time frame. I rushed out of the bedroom, finding my wife and children in the kitchen, my daughter still giggling about her bedtime antics. The night proceeded without further incident, but I didn't share the experience with my wife until we were back home. Afterwards, she was just as concerned as I was. Life has since moved on. We've had 3 more children and are thriving in our careers. We've even bought a house, so it's been years since we visited that cabin with just our family. We still go there for family events, and everything does seem normal. However, the memory of that voice still haunts me. Even years later, it chills me just as much as it did that night. Be wary of what's in the woods. You never know what might be lurking just out of view. Misty, from Lost Soul J. My friend, Sarah, had always been fond of her cat, Misty. But lately, something wasn't right. Misty had become more aggressive, lashing out at Sarah with sharp claws, biting her when she simply tried to pet her. At first, Sarah thought it was some sort of phase, something that would pass over time. But the behavior continued, and as time went on, it became more aggressive and unpredictable. It started with little things, like hissing at Sarah when she petted her too long, or scratching at her hand during playtime. Sarah tried to ignore it, attributing it to the cat's mood changes or a bad day. But as days passed, the aggression only grew worse. It wasn't just her, though. Misty also became aggressive towards other family members as well. But they either didn't notice it, or they didn't take it as seriously. Sarah felt alone in her observations, and it frustrated her. She tried to talk to her parents about Misty's behavior, but they always dismissed her concerns, saying that it was just a cat being a cat. Now, Sarah had never been superstitious or believed in anything supernatural before that, but as the days went by, she couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. She began to have frequent nightmares of being attacked by Misty in her sleep. It made her anxious around the cat, even when it was actually acting calm. Then one night, things took a turn for the worse. Sarah was sound asleep, and Misty was curled up at her feet. Suddenly, she woke up with a start, feeling a sharp pain in her leg. Misty had bitten her through the covers. Sarah was terrified and tried to push the cat away, but it wouldn't budge. "What's wrong with you?" she whispered, and stroked the cat's fur. For the first time in weeks, Misty looked at her with a soft expression. Sarah breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that maybe things were going to be okay again. But Sarah was wrong. As she drifted off back to sleep, she felt the cat jump off the bed. She didn't think much of this just yet, and assumed it had gone back to its regular spot in the living room. But then, she heard something that made her blood run cold. A low, growling sound from the corner of her room. Sarah's heart raced, and she scrambled under her blankets, eyes wide with fear. She could see two glowing eyes in the dark, and they seemed to be staring right at her. Sarah's mind raced to make sense of what was happening. Was it all in her imagination? Was this some sort of bizarre nightmare? Deep down, she knew none of it was true. This was very much real, and it was happening to her. Then she heard something slither across the ground. It was the unmistakable sound of claws scratching across the wooden floor. Sarah held her breath, hoping that it wouldn't notice her. But it was too late. The creature darted across the room, and Sarah could feel its hot breath on her face. She could see its sharp teeth glinting in the dark, and it was clear this was no ordinary animal. It was something much worse. Sarah found herself paralyzed with fear, unable to move or scream. She could feel the creature's breath on her skin and the weight of its body on her chest. But then it vanished as abruptly as it had appeared. Sarah lay there, shaking as the minutes slowly ticked by. She didn't know what she'd seen or what had happened, but she knew that she was never going to be the same again. The next morning, Misty was gone. Sarah's parents assumed that she had run away. Still, Sarah knew in her heart that wasn't the case. Something evil was inside that cat. Something had taken over its body, twisting it into a dark and malevolent creature. Years went by, and Sarah never forgot that awful night. She tried to tell her friends and family what happened, but no one really believed her. They assumed that she was making things up, that she had just had a bad dream. Years later, Sarah finally learned the truth about what had happened to Misty. She looked into topics of the supernatural and discovered the legend of the Wendigo. According to Native American folklore, the Wendigo is an evil spirit that possesses the bodies of living creatures, twisting them into bloodthirsty monsters. It was said that once they're possessed, there's nothing to save them. Sarah believed this is what happened to Misty. It had been possessed, and there was nothing anyone could have done to save it. And as for Sarah, she knew that the memory of that terrifying night would stay with her forever. U.S. Army veteran and the Wendigo in Kansas. From Sea Philly 100. I was riding a ski lift with a U.S. Army veteran just last week. We got to talking when he mentioned that he'd spent the last couple of years living in the South Dakota Badlands. I asked if he'd ever seen any Sasquatch out there, based off my friend's South Dakota Sasquatch encounter. He said he hadn't, though he was tracking bison and coyotes through the region at the time in order to better understand their hunting patterns. He did, however, relay a story in which he truly felt he had a close call with what might have been a Wendigo, in Kansas of all places. There's an old Native American Union Army trail that goes through Kansas, and my new friend here, as well as a buddy of his, had been hiking along the trail, enjoying the annual bird migration there, when, all of a sudden, everything went deathly quiet. That's when he started hearing the sound of a woman screaming bloody murder, and although his companions somehow could not hear it, the sound seemed to reverberate all throughout the hills. I think my buddy thought I was losing it, he told me. But we both heard it go super quiet, which was odd in and of itself, as we were smack dab in the middle of a massive bird migratory route. The Kickapoo live in the area presently, as a reservation was granted to the tribe back in 1832. And though it was progressively reduced over the years, part of the tribe has continued to live there down to present times. He said he'd never been more certain that someone, or something, was trying to lure him out into the dense brush to kill him. What was odd, though, was that his friend couldn't seem to hear the screaming, even though it was crystal clear to his ears. I asked him if he happened to see the creature or pinpoint the location of that screaming. Not exactly, he said, though I continued hearing weird sounds and noises, and when we camped out that night, that's when things got really bizarre. We hadn't seen a soul for at least 2 days, and that night I was on high alert, so I had a tough time falling asleep. Every little sound had me poking out of my bivy sack with my 1911 style .45 pistol, scanning the area for any signs of movement. What was really creepy was at one point, he said he thought he saw a tall dark shadow move from behind a tree to another, and possibly what might have been a hand reaching out around the tree before slowly retreating back into the stillness of the night. When he finally did fall asleep, his dreams were plagued by nightmares of him trying to escape some unseen assailant while running wildly through the brush, cutting his face and arms up against the bramble. He'd finally made it back to safety in the dream, at which point the dream would simply start over again, as if on repeat. This happened for what felt like ages, before he woke up in a cold sweat, going right back to scanning around the perimeter. At long last, day broke, and the sun gradually began to rise. They packed up their little camp, and didn't have any run-ins with this entity, though the experience had clearly left him shook. It wasn't until the video game Until Dawn was released in 2015 that he remembered that experience, and wondered if that's what they'd encountered on that backpacking trip so many moons ago. In her book, American Monsters, Linda Godfrey states that the Chippewa, Ottawa, and Potawatomi tribes in Kansas believe there's an evil man-eating giant human who was turned into this terrifying beast due to some slight to another, or through a variety of sins. The Chippewa believed that selfishness, gluttony, or cannibalism would turn a tribe member into the Wendigo as punishment. Descriptions vary from tribe to tribe, but most describe a large elk-like predator that preys upon people who wander too far into its domain. Many report hearing sounds like a baby's cry, a woman screaming, or a voice playing on a static loop of sorts. Perhaps a phrase the beast somehow recorded from previous victims, typically something to the effect of, "Who's there? I need help. I'm lost. Is someone there? Please help me. I'm hurt." Basic human instinct might lead one off into the wilderness in an attempt to help whomever they think is needing assistance. Another common theme is hearing the voice of a loved one, maybe your mother, luring you out into the woods alone, or even a familiar form appearing in the mist, followed by the gradual realization that their voice is off or that the form doesn't quite fit the supposed dimensions of a human being. Often too tall, too slender, arms too long, a stance more suited for a wild animal than a human person. All these possibilities the two of us discussed, while also bringing in other native folklore, such as Deer Woman or shape-shifting witches, all of which are relatively common motifs in the mythology of the region. But what do you think it was? What I shot was not a deer. From Tank 2499. I was born and raised in the southern United States, a part of Louisiana to be exact. Skills like hunting, fishing, camping, and even bushcraft were taught to me by my father and grandfather from a very young age, so it made sense I always wanted to be doing something outdoors. When I was about 17, I had decided I wanted to go on a solo bow hunting trip. Nothing major, just one night at my camp and one full day of hunting. So I packed up my gear, told my folks what I was doing, and made my way out into the woods. We don't live all that far from the woods, and where I usually hunt, I would normally just walk instead of having to use gas and drive there. This time was different. Something told me to bring my truck. I'm not sure what it was, maybe just instincts, or maybe it was the amount of gear I was bringing along, and I simply didn't want to deal with all that for a few miles. I'm not sure. Something told me I needed to have my truck, and looking back on it, I'm certainly glad I decided to drive. So I get down to my camp about 6:15. This is in mid-December, so it's basically dark by this point. I had just enough light to find a good parking spot. Then I had to use my flashlight the rest of the walk in. I'd made it to the camp about 6:35. After I parked, I had to walk because the woods are too thick to drive through the rest of the way. Eventually, I made it to my camp. I set my gear down, and right away, I started gathering tinder and firewood. I pitched my tent, positioned all my gear in a way I could just grab it and leave the following morning. That way I wouldn't be stuck looking for something. Then I pulled out a can of beans, some sausages, and I started dinner. That night was quiet. Not ominously quiet. I could still hear the different noises one would hear in the woods at night. But as I said, nothing that would keep me awake. After eating and just relaxing, I got comfortable on my sleeping pad in my tent, and I drifted off to sleep. I woke up to absolute silence somewhere between 2 o'clock and 2:15 in the morning. Earlier, when I mentioned ominous quiet, this is what I meant. If you've ever spent much time outdoors or in the wilderness, you would know what it's like to experience this kind of quiet. A kind of silence that makes your heartbeat sound like it's right beside your ear. Experienced outdoorsmen know that this quiet almost always guarantees danger. I sat in my tent, my revolver in hand, waiting. Then, about 40 yards in front of my tent, I could hear twigs snapping. I heard heavy and what seemed like bipedal footsteps. It's not uncommon for other people to hunt these woods, but I was certain I was the only one who would be out here, I mean, this property belongs to my immediate family. Any other person who wanted to hunt had to always get permission, and even if that were the case, my father would have let me know that someone else would eventually show up. Something felt off about this. I slowly raised up, unzipped one of the windows in my tent, and I looked towards where I heard the footsteps. But as soon as I did, nothing. The night went right back to how it usually was. Crickets, birds, all those nighttime noises. I convinced myself what had just happened may have been caused by being half asleep and half awake. I managed to fall back to sleep not long after that. I'd convinced myself that my mind was just simply playing tricks on me, and that put me somewhat at ease. I awoke to my alarm on my phone, set for 5 a.m. It was time to get up and make the 2-mile trek through the woods to my tree stand. I had timed it to where I could get up, grab my gear, walk the 2 miles to my stand, and make it just in time for sunrise and first shooting light. I grabbed all my gear, not double-checking anything because I told myself it was all good from the night before, and I left. Not double-checking my gear would prove to be a pretty big mistake. At this point, I'm about a mile deep into the woods, and I only have 1 more mile to go until I made it to my stand. As I'm walking, I can hear something in the woods off to my right. If you can picture a small path through the woods, with woods surrounding both sides of it, that's what I was walking through. At one point, I stopped and crouched, waiting for whatever it was to emerge from the forest into my view. Wouldn't you know it, a white-tailed buck came walking out of the woods. It was a bit odd-looking though, but nothing that made me not think I could bag him. When I say odd-looking, I mean he was rather skinny, and his eyes looked almost blind. But he was acting like a typical deer, walking, grazing, popping his head up to check his surroundings. His walk though, his gait, it weirded me out a lot. It was almost as if he was drunk. Stumbling, moving in an atypical way, bobbing side to side and walking with a limp. As the sun came out more and more, the deer got closer, and I was able to get a better look. I could tell he appeared sick. He stank. The smell was terrible. He was far skinnier than I initially thought, and he was discolored. His antlers were a shape I've never seen on a whitetail. Honestly, while I was looking at him, bagging him as a trophy and to feed my family wasn't even my concern anymore. I just wanted to put him out of his misery, in the poor thing's pain. So I decided to do just that. Here's where double-checking your gear, even if you think it's all good, comes into play. I had a sling quiver for my arrows, so I wore it on my back. It was just easier for me to reach back and draw an arrow. The day before my hunt, I'd told my brother he could use some of my arrows to practice his shooting. Well, unbeknownst to me at the time, when he'd put them back in the quiver, a few of the broadheads were facing up. It was a simple mistake, but one I never noticed. I was more focused on getting to camp and actually going hunting, so I didn't notice that the arrows were upside down in my quiver. Anyway, I reached back to draw an arrow, and my thumb caught the blade of one of the broadheads, slicing my thumb wide open. Of course, this makes me kind of shout, "Ow, ow," and when I did this, I was certain the deer was going to be scared off. But I heard no trotting footsteps, no grunts, nothing to indicate the deer had left. Instead, what I heard was a drawn-out and distorted howl, followed by a deep, guttural growl. I looked this supposed deer right in the eyes as I watched it stand onto hind legs and stare into my soul. It bared teeth, which were yellow, not too long, but very sharp. Fear put me in a trance that essentially left me paralyzed. I could not move. Maybe I just didn't want to, terrified that moving would cause the thing to come after me. My fight or flight kicked in, and I'd quickly reached back, grabbed an arrow, nocked it, and sent it flying right towards this beast. It struck it low, but what would have been fatal to a normal animal proved to be nothing to this thing. I nocked another arrow as this creature started to quickly make its way towards me. I released. This time, I seemed to pierce it in the side of the neck. It screamed this awful scream, then turned and ran off the other way. I watched it go from this bipedal atrocity to running on 4 legs like a deer once again. It got a pretty good ways into the woods, and I saw it stop. It then turned around and looked at me with these yellow eyes. I wasn't about to wait around to see what this abomination was going to do, so I got out of there. I left. Fast. I'm no track and field star, but I know I set a personal record for myself that day. I made it back to my truck in 13 minutes, threw all my gear in the back, and hauled out of there, going way above a safe speed. I didn't care about taking down my camp. I could always come back for my gear too. I just wanted to get out of there. I eventually did go back to my camp at a later date to see about packing my gear back out. But when I did come back, everything was decimated. My tent had been torn apart. The food I'd brought had been eaten or thrown about all over the place. And the miscellaneous items I had, like books to read, had also been ripped to shreds. I honestly have no idea what I experienced. If it was a skinwalker or a wendigo, I don't know. I thought they were only in places with a big Native American influence. But I do believe it's possible for them to exist in Louisiana. We did have our own Native American tribes after all. Or maybe it was the Louisiana Rougarou, just a messed up and weird version of one. Who knows? One thing I do know is sometimes when I visit home, I'll see this deer, one that looks a little sick, staring at me through the edge of the woods. Sometimes part of me wants to go back in, hunt this thing down and kill it. But as far as I know, it hasn't hurt anyone yet. Maybe I was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. But the way it looked at me, the way it bared its teeth and growled, well, seemed to me it wasn't there to have a friendly conversation. I just feel lucky to be alive. Wendigo encounter in Maine. From Duke of Capri Sun. I was born and raised in the state of Maine, and I am of Penobscot and Abenaki descent. The story I'm about to tell you took place in the town of Farmington, Maine, along the Sandy River. While at college in Farmington, my friends and I would go down to the banks of the Sandy River to smoke, drink, and have some campfires. One night, we decided to do just that. I went down to the laundry room and collected lint from the dryers to aid as a fire starter. I knew we would struggle to light the fire as it had snowed recently, and most of the kindling in the woods would be too wet to light. Additionally, I was always given the task of lighting those fires when we had them, as everyone else always struggled, and I just seemed better at lighting them. Once we gathered everything together that we needed, we all headed down to our usual spot, overlooking the river, and we started to collect firewood. The moment we got down to the overlook, I was instantly feeling unsettled, almost like I was being watched from every possible direction. I took note of the feeling, and I decided to keep an eye out for anything else that was unusual. In general, I'm very trusting of my gut instincts, as they're usually right. While everyone else collected firewood, I knelt down and I started trying to light the lint in the ring of stones we always used. Suddenly, the hair on the back of my neck stood on end, and below me, along the frozen beach, I heard footsteps. They sounded heavy, like what a moose or a cow sounded like, walking through crunchy snow. I asked my friend, Ian, "Did you hear that?" He just looked at me, confused, shaking his head. I couldn't just shake it off. I knew something was wrong. Then the smell hit me. It was sickly sweet, overlaid with the scent of dead flesh, like a dead raccoon in a hot dumpster full of rotten apples. I looked around, trying to determine if anyone else was smelling it. Then, something said my name in a voice that was a combination of radio static and tinfoil being crinkled up. In a split second, I put everything together. That uneasy feeling of being watched, the unidentified footsteps, the smell of rotten fruit and death, and that voice calling my name. I had heard stories of the Wendigo my entire life. My grandfather always cautioned me about it, but I was never sure whether I believed in it or not. The moment I realized what was going on, I closed my eyes and pressed my face into the snow in front of me. I could hear my friends asking me if I was okay, but they sounded like they were shouting down a long hallway. Then the voice spoke again.
Look at me.
It almost sounded like my grandfather, but I knew better than to respond to it. I lay down in the snow, my eyes shut tight, until the footsteps and the smell disappeared. Finally, I sat up and looked around carefully, keeping my eyes on the ground until I saw my friends circling around me. I could finally hear them calling out to me. "We have to leave now," I told them. I guess I sounded sure enough that they didn't even question it. We walked in silence back to the dorms. Once we got inside, Ian pulled me aside and asked what happened. I didn't want the Wendigo to follow me, so I said I just felt like something was watching us, and that I was afraid something bad was about to happen. I didn't tell anyone about the encounter until I moved to another town. None of my friends ever heard or smelled anything, so I think it was targeting me, because it knew that I knew what it was. Thanks for stopping by our little campsite here at Outdoor Terrors. To hear your story on the show, send it to us at darkstories.org. For more scary stories from me, catch me on my other podcasts, Unexplained Encounters and Tales from the Break Room, on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, or your favorite podcast app. Or go to eeriecast.com for those and even more terrifying podcasts. Follow me on X or Twitter at Prevails, and if you don't mind, leave a rating for Outdoor Terrors on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. Till next time, I'll see you soon when the campfire blazes once again.